Hey, what's happening, everyone? Oh, stepping out of the theater. Just came out of Complete Unknown. A Complete Unknown, starring Timothée Chalamet, Edward Norton, Ellie Fanning, and Monica Barbaro as Joan Baez. Okay, so I'm gonna hit this review on two levels. First, we'll talk about Chalamet. Then we're going to talk about the director, James Mangold. As I feel Mangold is not getting a lot of love for the mastery of this film. And I think I know why. Well, it's all about Chalamet in this movie. You know, this is... It works as a music biopic on two levels. The kind of paint by numbers of music bios have gotten like very familiar, and while it does cover that, it does so in a unique fashion because we're only covering about 3 years in his life, 61 to 65, I believe, 3-4 years. So we don't get this lifespan of him playing as a little kid to him, you know, in his later years. He's still alive. Bob Dylan is still alive. So you get the you know, I'm writing this song. I was inspired when I made love to Joan Baez, and I'm writing this song. Or you know, I played with the blues guitar, so I'm writing this other hit. It's all that, right? However, at the heart of this story, which I think kind of almost transcends Bob's story, or, you know, as far as his musical achievements, is the fact that he is such a contrarian. As a young man, he doesn't want to be put in a box. Any box whatsoever. He just doesn't know how to conform. He's a true artist, and that is completely inspiring. It's completely inspiring because there are not many artists like that. Because at some level, at some point in an artist's life, they conform for commerce. Right? That's always the commerce over art. Art versus commerce. Commerce versus art. And that's really what the story's about. Is that the Pete Seeger, who befriends him at the beginning of the movie, played by Ed Norton, very beautiful, soulful, vulnerable performance, wants him to play his old hits, his old folk tunes, you know, Blowing in the Wind. At the Newport Folk Festival in 64, 65, then he doesn't want him to plug in and play his new stuff like a Rolling Stone. That's kind of like, it's actually the climax of the movie, but that's kind of his big struggle as Bob Dylan. Who is Bob Dylan? Bob Dylan ultimately is, you could say, the ultimate nonconformist punk rock aesthetic musician. And that's why he's so influential. I mean, in this story, you had Johnny Cash in awe of him. They were pen pals. And Johnny was in awe of it. Johnny fucking Cash. So that is, for me, as an older man who had such huge dreams as a young man, as far as being an artist and all that stuff, this was very, very inspiring. This was a wonderful, wonderful story to see unfold, because I get it. I got everything, even from him being a lousy boyfriend, not because he was a lousy person. And that's what's interesting too. It's not because he was a lousy person, kind of narcissist-driven artist that we see in a lot of these biopics. You know, it's just that what they showed here is he just didn't know how to, he just didn't know how to be normal. And that was so cool, man. And Chalamet's performance, you almost don't recognize his face at first, but he transforms, and he is Bob Dylan with, you know, with the Bob Dylan-isms and the voice, but it's so under his skin. It's so confident. It's such a beautiful performance, and I really appreciate it. And yeah, it didn't hold, it touched lightly on the fact that he was just a lousy boyfriend. You know, he just, you know, whether with Eli Fanning's character or Joan Baez. But it didn't get bogged down in, now he's a lousy boyfriend, now he's doing drugs, now he's on world tours, fame, success. It's all kind of there, but at the heart of this story, a complete unknown, he almost just wants to remain a pure artist. And I fucking love that, man. I love that. And Chalamet, it's a perfect performance, guys. And I could see why people were talking about it. So bravo to Chalamet. What a wonderful young artist, and just where he's at in his career. I'm very excited. Now, let's talk about James Mangold. Bravo, James Mangold. For the reasons that I just said, it is easy to see and easy to take for granted James Mangold's wonderful work as a filmmaker, because he was flexing hard as well. What I noticed is that he didn't fall for a lot of the pitfalls that a lot of these music bios do, and he didn't use a musical score hardly ever, which meant to me he was all about he relied on the tension he built on what he filmed. He didn't have to use extra cinematic devices because it was all there. It was, I mean, this thing was, you know, Mangold was flexing on his camera angles, on how he shot, on his pace. He knew exactly the story he wanted to tell. And I'll tell you why. And I have not read about this. I haven't seen any Mangold interviews, but I could tell that, one, Mangold is a huge music fan, and he's a huge Dylan fan. And when you have that, and you have the talent that Mangold does, Ford versus Ferrari, so many of his movies, Logan, going all the way back, you could tell he was having a blast making this film. This meant a lot to him, and it showed. And I don't think Mangold is getting the recognition that it deserves. Everyone's talking about Chalamet's performance, and yeah, but you know, Mangold built the world that Chalamet is playing with inside this whole film. So bravo, sir, bravo. You know, I think that you really died on your shield with Indiana Jones. I think creatively you were handcuffed a lot of times, but man, did you flex on back. Complete unknown. If you're a music lover, if you're, yeah, I mean, all the above. And again, you don't even have to be a Dylan fan to really appreciate this movie. So that's my out of the theater review. Some of my reactions. Let me know what you think. Let me know if you saw this. Let me know if you plan to see this, because this film is it easily, had I seen this while I was doing my top 20 films of 2024, would have been there for sure. And this is one of the best performances of the year. All right. I'm so happy to do this. It's been a while. My out of theater reviews. My name is Paulie. This is Latino Slam. Don't forget to subscribe, and thank you so much for supporting the channel. It means a lot. You know, I love doing this, and I'm reminded how much I love doing this when I see great films or TV shows, or read about it, etc., etc. It makes all this worthwhile. You guys take care. Wherever you're at, keep your slant fuerte. Gracias. Hey, what's happening, everybody? So we just got out of the movie theater. and on IMAX saw with Mexican Iron Man, who we will have on here in a minute, hopefully, Interstellar. 10th anniversary IMAX screening. I gotta tell you, I liked the film when it came out so many years ago, but not only was I blown away by the visuals and the story of the mission of McConaughey's character, but I was simply rocked by the personal story. I forgot how personal this story is in regards to a father trying to get back to his daughter, and how the science of love is unquantifiable, but ultimately saves us. Man, what an incredible film. Jeez. And just, so again, just very moving on a personal basis. Everything else holds up. Visuals, it's Nolan. And with the passing of David Lynch, and then seeing Seven on the big screen recently, I'm just thinking of all our incredible directors that are still with us, the auteurs. Make sure you get any chance to see their films on the big screen. Tarantino, right? Fincher, Nolan, and then the ones who have left us, right? And there's a lot that are still alive. Coppola, Spielberg, early Spielberg, and Scorsese. You get any chance to see their films on a big screen, then you have to. Because seeing Interstellar on a big screen, it blew me away. But again, I forgot how deeply personal the story is of McConaughey's character and his daughter. Great performances. Jessica Chastain, Anne Hathaway, so wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Get out and see it on the big screen. And it makes sense why it's still making so much money, because it's absolutely just blows anything that's out right now in the theater. Anything new that's in the theater right now blows it away. All right, well, that's my short little reaction coming out of the theater, because, hopefully you've seen it, but you know what? Go and see it in the big screen. Well, I'm gonna go hunt down Mexican Iron Man, and hopefully we'll get him on another video. He's here in LA. You take care. Wherever you're at, slam fuerte. Gracias. Oh, right. Reporting from Los Angeles, and I'm happy to say a very wet Southern California. So yeah, think about that one. What it means to us all here, coming out of the movie theater to, it was heavy rain and it's drizzling now. We've got a little bit of a walk to the car. So coming out of the AMC theater, and I saw The Brutalist starring Adrian Brody and Felicity Jones. Outstanding. Guy Pearce, outstanding. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty blown away that this film is so incredibly masterfully put together and told. Everything from the aftermath of what was done to people after being in concentration camps, to the beauty and then the horrors of the American dream. And really, that's kind of what this artist, this architect artist that Adrian Brody played, what he endured, and his wonderful art and his work of building the structures really was just beyond really my tongue as far as to describe his visions. And I think there's so many things to take away from this, and from the kind of on the ground issues of what I said to how those immigrants were treated. Yes, there's parallels, which I think can be very interesting to explore and talk about. But you get all that. You get such an incredible, beautiful, and often disturbing film that's true cinema. And all I can think of is how we as humans treat each other. So this shows the very heights of the things that we can do as humans, as far as vision and building during this generation of the 50s. Really kind of like the last to really think ahead and think of just creating from their dreams. Just how daring America was at that time, and it was. And at the same time, it was god awful to its people and to the immigrants, and in this case, the Hungarian Jews from that came after World War II. One of the film critics described it as monumental, and it's like, it really is. I mean, it's probably, I'm thinking Complete Unknown and Nosferatu up there as my top films. I mean, having just seen this probably is the best film of last year. And I don't say that lightly, just because what they were able to pull off in scope, in the storytelling. What comes close is There Will Be Blood. That comes close. I think There Will Be Blood is a pretty good piece. Yeah. So that's The Brutalist, and I definitely did not spoil anything. Definitely didn't tell you any plot details, because I want you guys to see this. This is a must-see. This is a must-see on a huge screen with laser. I know there's like even some theaters offering 70 millimeter, but just crushing performances. There's so many incredible scenes in camera work, in sweeping fashion, and yet some of the most memorable and disturbing images, and beautiful at the same time, were that of Felicity Jones and Adrian Brody in bed. There's several of those scenes, and what they share, what they've gone through with each other, with these characters, just was amazing to watch. And Felicity Jones also delivered another very shocking and disturbing scene as well, where she confronts Guy Pearce's character. Yeah, it is something else. I'm really happy I was able to make it out. What's great about this is it is 3.5 hours, but they have a nice 15-minute intermission. And me being used to Indian cinema, watching it, the filmmakers here really knew how to tell two big parters, and that you have different characters in each part, and yet the big overarching story of the characters of Adrian Brody, Guy Pearce return. But there's almost with that second act, just the new characters of Felicity Jones and others just coming in, and just supreme storytelling. All right, guys, let me know what you guys think. Do me a favor, besides being subscribed to here, get on over to theLatinoSlant.com, We are doing incredible things over there. You have to be part of that. I hope we have earned that right for you guys to come and subscribe to our newsletter, Sundance Film Festival coverage, different coverage there on the website. It's all free. Get on over there right now, and wherever you're at, keep your sign fuerte. Gracias. Okay, just getting out of the theater here at the AMC The Grove, where I bought my ticket for I'm Still Here, the Brazilian political drama starring Fernanda Torres, who is nominated for Best Actress. I believe it also is Best Film and Best Director. It's got like 3 nominations coming up. Well, listen, this is a film that I am so happy that it's gotten so much recognition because this is a very un-Hollywood film. Hollywood could not make a song. Excuse me, listen to the song. Hollywood couldn't make a film like this without over sentimentalizing the political climate, the story of this woman, without a just a lame take on it that unfortunately we've gotten Hollywood to know, which is well known for lately. They don't have the compass, the moral compass, to respect the idea that the legacy of family is so essential to the story that they would probably have paid more attention to the political background of it, and then how she becomes a social justice, activist. It's all in there, right? It's all in there. It's a true story. But Walter Sales, who's the director, doesn't need to lean on that. He leans on this woman who holds her family together for decades after the father goes missing. And there's a lot of nefarious things there. And they talk about the historical, political things that happened in Brazil where thousands were disappeared because they were politically active. And that all was there. That all was there. That all happened. Story's nuance. It's so heavy. It's so tragic. But the director never hammers it over your head. And for that, I'm so grateful for, because he wants us to focus on how this woman keeps her family together. What a powerful, nuanced performance by Fernanda Torres. It's not showy, it's not over the top, it doesn't overstay its welcome, because it's a very un-Hollywood film. It's such a gorgeous, tragic story. It's so frightening as to what happens to this family, what happens to this father. The love of this family is established at the beginning. So yeah, I highly recommend it. My hat's off to Walter Sales and to Brazil. You get a nice slice of 70s Brazil with the music and the tones. With so much of this just kind of nonsense drama of this Oscar award season, here you have a real film from Latin America, done authentically, done by their own peeps, and that, and you get all your messaging, you get all your information you need to get in there. But this is when it's done right. And it's just amazing that this other film that's like so controversial, that's taken space in these best pictures, is even in the same breath, because there's just no comparison. And it's funny because both in their own way deal with kind of the horrors of what's going on, or what went on in Brazil, and what's going on in Mexico. Um, One done powerfully well with a subtle storytelling that's real and that you can kind of just stays with you. The other one is just absolutely Ridiculous. Okay, so that is I'm Still Here, starring Fernando Torres. It is in Portuguese, subtitles. You don't get lost. Again, the story takes its time, and it is a very unique ride. So let me know if you guys have seen it. You get out of here at the Grove and AMC. Check out our other reactions wherever you're at. Keep that sign fuerte. Gracias. Paz. All right. Can you guys hear me? Let me know if you guys can hear me. Let me know. Give me a thumbs up in the chat. Getting out of Captain America. Brave New World. How's the sound? Let me know. Good? Awesome. Okay, so this is not a review, this is a social media reaction. Tomorrow morning I will be on Midnight's Edge to give my review here at the AMC Century City, where we saw the movie courtesy of Marvel. We got the media pass, if you will, and Rosa is going to be having her written review up on the site tomorrow. Okay, so Daniel T's here, Maggie Chan. I'm sorry you saw it. Mike, was it good? We hear you. Daniel T, do you need to see Eternals before this? Strike 1988. Is this a real movie? I thought it was a parody. Well, okay, so we got some people. I'm gonna risk going outside, and oh, they turned off the Hulk lights. They turned off the red Hulk lights. I guess the party is already over. They had lights shining on the Hulk here. Okay, so here is my social media reaction. The Anthony Mackie, Danny Ramirez, Harrison Ford, they're all very good with what they had. They so you know they're likable, they're charming, and you totally buy that Sam is trying to continue the legacy as best as he can. I really can't, if I go into it, then it's like a spoiler, but I know it's key to his storyline. So let me just say that they had some, him and Danny Ramirez, who plays the new Falcon, Joaquin Torres, I believe. Great chemistry, some funny moments. They had they actually had some better moments than I thought. I didn't know what I was expecting. I think when you have such low expectations, for it to be that terrible of a movie, then you know you're in trouble. Now, what else did I'm giving you the positives, guys, first. Fight choreography. There was some actually good fight choreography. Is it Winter Soldier level? No. But there's some cool stuff. There's some cool stuff. The flying of Falcon and Captain, or Falcon, around Eternals. Well, I think you guys already know that. That was pretty cool as well. The Red Hulk, who you saw imagery of, I gotta tell you, that was pretty badass as well. Harrison Ford was great. He plays, you know, Thaddeus Ross becomes president. He's got a great storyline. You know, honestly, they all have some pretty decent storylines. Okay, Isaiah Bradley, fantastic. I love what they did with this character, and they did not, in my opinion, they did not lay it on thick as far as his backstory and what he's going through. But he is key to this movie as well, his character. What other positives can I give you guys? There's a couple of cool cameos, and I actually was surprised at how much I enjoyed it. Now, that being said, I'm gonna get to my cons in a second. I wanted to say hello to you guys. We're here, 33 people watching us live at the AMC in Century City. Thank you guys so much. Make sure to smash the like and subscribe. We just hit 13,000 subscribers today. So thank you to all of you guys for making that happen. Let me see if I can go back inside. I know you guys use it, but get a little bit of light. So let's say hello to you guys. All right, Richard the Dungeon Crawler. Did it have end credits? An end credit scene? Is that, if I say that it does or doesn't, is that spoiling it? Dylan Soup, hey, I'm sorry you had to watch that corporate schlock. Cosmic Gemini Nerd, Polly, I'm hearing great positive reviews. Cat 4. How was Giancarlo Esposito? The Gilkman returns. Well, Giancarlo's always good. Giancarlo's always good. So yeah, that was cool. Giancarlo's always good. Did you have to watch The Falcon and the Winter Soldier? It was such a while ago. I don't know if you have to. I know Cortez's character is introduced there. Cortez's character is very charming. He almost steals a couple of the scenes. He did a really, really good job. Here, let me see what else. How bad was the movie? I'm gonna get to that in a second. Stick around for the post-credit scenes. I stuck around for everything. I stuck around till the final credit rolled. And, again, I'm gonna be on Midnight's Edge in the morning with Andre, because the way the time is working, he's sitting in Norway right now. We'll be able to talk full details tomorrow. Rosa Parks, that's wild. Mike, what? I bet it's not bad, right? Nid, what's up, Michael Nimmo? Okay, I think we are caught up with saying hello. Darth Plato's here. What's up, Darth? 44 people in the chat. Did you guys all smash the chat? Where's your popcorn bucket? Well, they were selling Captain America like T-shirts and new cap. I have a better OG Captain America shirt, cap. Maybe I'll wear it tomorrow on Midnight's Edge. But since we got free popcorn and drinks, I didn't look for or see any I didn't see the popcorn buckets. Zachary, sorry, not trying to ruin the moment, but you could pray for my mom, be able to find a way to pay rent and also get a steady job. She's really scared of being kicked out. Ooh, Zachary. Hey, man, that's pretty heavy right there, buddy. I wish the best for you and your mother and your family in this time. I know there's a lot of, just a lot of people going through a lot of tough times. So yes, I pray for you. I pray that God watches over you and your mother and your family. Pray right now for His will to go into your life, go into your mother's life, go into your father's life, your family's life, and give them strength and just believe, brother. All right, God bless. You waiting on that Snow White bucket, Donovan? All right, funny guy. Okay, so we got 50 people live with us. I'm gonna try to go upstairs. Let me know how this connectivity is. I know it's kind of dark. What's up, 32? Always about the Snow White bucket. What's up, cabrón? Okay, there you go. Yeah. This is the display here. It's like a full-on, you could just walk up to the display and just kind of like, hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? Not much. If you want me, come and get me. I gotta tell you, man, Anthony Mackie, he's really charming, man. He's a really good movie star. And yeah, okay, so amen. Families go see this film. It'll be moderate success. I might be Captain America popcorn bucket with Cap. Okay, so I have. I'm now going to give you my social media cons. Rooting for Anthony Mackie. Yeah, I liked Anthony Mackie, man. I gave my pros earlier. Okay, you can definitely tell this had a storytelling writing issue because there was 5 different people that worked on the screenplay. You could definitely tell the reshoots. The reshoots for me, is in the dialogue. And when people are having to explain kind of where they're coming from or action that happened off camera, then that's not good. And that kind of happened a little too much. So you could see the kind of like cut and paste. It wasn't terrible. You know, it just was kind of obvious. Also too, some of the characters I think were either edited out that I thought were going to be there, and then some of the characters you'd see them and literally a second later is as if they had longer hair, or like the continuity was a little off. So I was kind of like, Now that being said, there was definitely, in my opinion, I'm trying to think if there was anything like a social political agenda in this. Not at all. I think that's what they probably did in the reshoots, was that they cut it all out. You feel me? So tonally, it was very much about kind of the values of being, a hero with limits. As you can imagine, Sam was, because as you know, he didn't take the serum. And it definitely did not hit you over the head with any type of racial inequality. The most that it was there was like posters in the background. But even that was very, very tastefully done. So again, I was just like, oh, okay. They're going more for the patriotism, being a soldier, working with the president, stuff like that. So now, again, that doesn't mean that it I think because of that, it just kind of made it for like, there wasn't really anything special about film. Like, it's a good film, and I think just like kind of Black Widow, this thing would have been really great 10 years ago. Yeah, like after we were introduced to Anthony Mackie a couple of times. I don't know. I also want to say this. This is not a Captain America film. It's a decent Marvel film, but it's Falcon. And they'll explain his powers and all that good stuff later. And again, stick around tomorrow morning. I'll be on Midnight's Edge. Me and Andre will have seen it. Full spoiler reviews. This is just the reaction, so I gotta watch what I say. Again, this is a really decent Marvel film with some storytelling issues, but it's not a Captain America film. Do you guys feel me? Now, the ideals of being Captain America is there, and they pay mad respect to him, which is great. It's really good. It's really good. So I think that's it, man. You know, I think that's it. Again, I could see where they re-edited and shot around the politics. I think the politics were probably pretty one-sided, and I think this past year they just shot it out. And what suffers is when you do so many reshoots, there's still information and characters that also suffer. So in the storyline, you still got to get key information that's got to still be, you know, in the overall story. So there was a little too much of, hey, I just came back from the barber and I got this kind of haircut and our buddy got this kind of hair. There's too much information being talked about, right? I hope you guys are feeling me. So that's I want to hear from you guys. That's my social media reaction. We have over 60 people here. Thank you guys so much. Wrapping up in Century City. We were lucky to get here as far as being invited. There was not a lot of CGI fights and in events, and the ones that were pretty decent. We're pretty decent. And again, the fight choreography was pretty kick-ass. Not Winter Soldier level, but pretty kick-ass. All right, let me hear what you guys have to say. Spidey Sensei, so Trump getting reelected just ruined something else? I don't know, man. Donovan, no, I got you. Can't blame them for playing it safe, Kevin Davis. Yeah. This is definitely, it actually is probably going to do a lot better than a lot of people expect. And you know, it had some charm to it, bro. It wasn't totally stale, wasn't totally forgettable. It had some, listen, it's 10 times better. What could, let's put it this way. What's the last Marvel film that was really good for you guys? In the chat right now. In the chat right now, the last Marvel film, not Deadpool or Wolverine, because this is way better than Marvel, the Marvels, Ant-Man, Madam Web. Yeah, Winter Soldier, Infinity War. It's been a while. Hey, Carlos, Spider-Man. So yeah, oh, you saw? Yeah, I saw it, man. Just got out. What's up, Aurora? Aurora uplinks. Okay. There were big edits. WWE Seth Rollins admitted that his character was completely cut from the film. So there was a few characters and a few actors that I thought I know for sure were in this movie and got cut out. So that's what suffers when you're doing reshoots. People get cut out, story plots get cut out, but then you have to make sure you're keeping track with, you know, with some of the main storylines. And the main storylines is Anthony Mackie, Harrison Ford, you know, the bad guy that's behind this, and I can't tell you who the bad guy is or what's that all about. But you know what? The baddie was pretty good. Pretty good. Okay, who else is saying stuff here? Tech, BLM messages? No. Do better, Paulie. Okay, I'm trying, but they wanted the name. I believe you, Paulie. Yeah, you know what I mean, 32. You know what I mean. You know, there's something very interesting that happened with the opening credits, which it did not miss upon me. It didn't, you know, it was giving me already the Thor vibes, just, okay. Same here, Dark. I don't buy that. Wait, what? The uniform looks tacky. Falcon wings mixed with cap suit and mixed with with an anti-Ant-Man like helmet. We'll get into those particulars tomorrow. As far as Sam's tech and his outfit, from what you're saying, it sounds like there's a lot of political stuff going on. Yeah, it's actually very, you know, obviously with Harrison Ford's character being the president, there's a lot of political upheaval, international stuff going on. I think that's pretty established in the trailers. Morning, Monica. Morning. Okay, wait back. Does he take the serum? Wait, go back. Does he take the serum? I will tell you tomorrow morning if he takes the serum. All right, let me speed up here. Shanatsky, how much did they make it about Trump? You know what? Here's the thing. No matter what, a certain side will make it all about Trump. I'm talking about like audience. And there was one guy sitting next to me, annoyingly so. I almost wanted to say something to him. But yeah, he's looking like a nice guy. Ross supposed to be hoax rogue gallery though. Spice says you give him a lot of power. Overall thumbs. Ooh, Akash Das. Overall thumbs up or thumbs down. Okay. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. I can't spill the beans, man. Rogue Star, I can't spill the beans. If I spill the beans, then we won't be invited to these things. And, you know, I don't want to be unprofessional to Marvel and Disney. I'd rather that we're able to get these early screenings for you guys and reactions and be professional. We'll spill all the beans mañana. Does it encourage you to see future Marvel movies? Well, I know I have good word that Thunderbolts was really good. I do like Danny Ramirez. Listen, I think Anthony Mackie and Danny Ramirez were very charming in this film. Very charming in this film. And you know, in take away all the comic book stuff where he doesn't have the serum, he's not powerful, he's not this, he's not that, plot holes, all that stuff. If your leads are charming, because you have two big, the two big, Anthony Mackie and Harrison Ford, and then you have Danny Ramirez, you got some other characters. If your leads are charming, you forgive a lot. So I'm actually forgiving a lot because I'm like, I like these characters. Protect the beans, bro. This was a good movie, but not a Captain America movie. Is that said enough for me? Yeah, man. Mac is a decent actor, but not a leading man for my money. He actually did a good job as a lead. He actually did a good job as the lead. Evening. Hey, Sergeant. How obvious was the reshoots? I had brought that up earlier. And you being a filmmaker, Shanatsky, you're going to be able to really see some of this. It's in the storytelling. It's in the writing. You know, there was too many points where there was the dialogue was talking about stuff that happened off camera, and it's like, well, why wasn't that shown? Or we were working up to that, and then boom. So, yeah, it was clunky. Promises made, promises keep, love from Zacatecas. Shopping cart, what? Promises made, promises kept. Oh, love from Zacatecas. Hey, all right, shopping cart. Saludos a Zacatecas. Joan Lovelace. Hey, Joan, how are you? Does it encourage you? Okay, I already answered that. I hope they don't compare Jen Ross to Donald Trump. They're two opposite people. Cosmic Nerdy, they're going to do it no matter what. Again, I mean, I don't see it as I think it's silly, but trust me, you're going to see reviewers talking mad shit about that. Would R&B like it? Probably. He'd probably like some elements of it. I actually would say, that being said, I think he would be we would fall in lines of like, you know, it's not as bad as we would thought it would be, but it's still corporate storytelling. You know, and that's too bad. That's too bad. And so, you know, that's too bad. Don't show, don't tell us the storyline advice. What would you rate it out of 5? Shopping cart. What would you rate it out of 5? Rated out of 5. 2.5 out of 5. And you know, I'm pretty stingy. Nick knows this. I don't like giving out 5s out of 5s, 10s out of 10s. 4 out of 5 is like, I consider that a great film. 5 out of 5 is like perfect. So a 2.5 is like, you know, decent. It's all right. Thanks for your honesty. Sure, man, you got it. Did you get your Valentine's Day present yet? If you didn't, the lady's gonna be mad at you for focusing on this. Hey, Daniel T, this is part of my business. So my lady loves that we made to 13,000, and we did reserve dinner Thursday night, Korean barbecue, Valentine's Eve. So yeah, I got on a lockdown, brother. I got on a lockdown. Dimitri, hello Dimitri. Are you subscribed to the channel? I hope you are. What was the end credit scene? I can't tell you, man. I can't tell you. This is a social media reaction. I will be able to tell you all the details live on Midnight's Edge tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Pacific time, Midnight's Edge. Were the VFX effects actually good this time? It's insane how much they rushed these films given the cost. You know, I actually liked them. They actually was pretty good. There wasn't a lot. That's the thing. Okay, Aurora Uplands, and that she was worried about finances? I don't know what that means. How were the fight scenes, Solomon Holmes? You know what? As I said before, I said earlier, the fight scenes were pretty good. Were they Winter Soldier level? No, but they were pretty good. And yeah, I think that's it. Okay. Okay. So what are you guys saying? Okay. I think that's about it, guys. Yeah, Valentine's dinner coming. So Isaac Bermudez, I think I'll pass on this movie. Listen, I'm not gonna hate on you for passing this movie. You guys got out of me as this 2.5 out of 5. What part was your favorite in the first and third act? I will have all that information. We'll go in detail with Andre at Midnight's Edge tomorrow morning. Thanks again for your insight. Still no real interest in this. May catch it on smaller screen someday. Yeah. But that being said, I think because of the family factor, right? Trying to find an action movie to watch, it was perfect. This is right up the alley for families that like love the Marvel action. Normies they're not gonna go crazy over this, but they're gonna like it. I don't know if that makes sense. And they're really pushing. When I say they're really pushing Red Hulk, you guys know this. Here, check this out. Hey, what's up, Eric K? Look at that. Oh, sorry for filming you guys. Look at that. Oh, of course they go to Snow White. Is there everyone's favorite? Lilo and Stitch, actually. Anyways, there's this big display, and they were showing a Red Hulk. But let's go outside, and then we'll wrap it up here at AMC. And I gotta get on home. You can't escape her. I know, dude. Ziegler is Red Hulk. Here he is. Look at that. Look how huge this is. And that's what and the lights are off. They actually had lights on earlier. So when I say they're pushing the Red Hulk, they're pushing the Red Hulk. Excuse me, buddy. How you doing? It's like the coolest part of the movie. So yeah, when I say they're pushing the Red Hulk, they're pushing the Red Hulk. All right, guys, I'm gonna wrap it up. How tired does Ford look in the film? Well, you know what? For him being how old he is, he actually looks fantastic, and he did a great job. I was actually very happy to see him, in a good sizable role. I mean, he's a viejo, but he's also in a decent shape, man. He was flexing some muscles in his arms. I was like, okay, you go, boy. All right, thank you, Paulie. Thank you, Panama Red Hulk. When I wrote film reviews, I always give balanced, objective critiques of films. I try to do the same thing, James. Jason Wheeler, Webster. I can hear him say, "Get out of my theater zone." Good cause. He's phoned it in a lot lately. Oh yeah. Well, yeah. This is definitely one of his more meatier roles in a long time. Thanks for the Thank you. Thank you, Dog Catcher Solomon. Carlos, what's up? Thank you. Indy looks pretty good for 80? He looks fantastic. And he did a decent job. And, he's Thaddeus. He's kind of over the top at sometimes. And, but Mackie, listen, they make this very ordinary film watchable. Ezra Goldstein, good night. Isaac, this is an okay McDonald's fast food movie, I could tell. Yeah. Deleted scenes is here, everybody. Deleted. 70 people with you guys. Okay, there's 70 of you guys right now. I need you guys to smash the like and get it up, because when I end this, you smashing the like helps the YouTube algorithms know that this review is out there. So if you can get that out. Hong Kong Fooey, what's up? Smash the like. Let's go. It's up to 52 now. I'm not gonna leave until we're kind of a little higher up. Cosmic Nerdy, peace out, Paulie. I'm watching it Saturday with the fam. You know what? I think you and the fam are gonna have a great time. I think you and the fam are gonna have a good time. Any cameos? Yes, a couple of cameos. I can't tell you what it is. Ezra, Corbin Dallas. Hey, Corbin, baby. Corbin, baby. Corbin, my man. Corbin, my man. Deleted scenes. Hola, Mark D. Links, thank you for the links. Isak, remember to clobber the like button. Yeah, all hail. Rest in peace, clobbering times. 57 likes, that's getting better. Isak, 70 plus on a reaction stream is awesome. Yeah. Really awesome. That's why we did it. We knew you guys would be here, and we wanted to give you guys. I wanted to be here for you guys. I'm gonna get some rest, and I'll be up with Midnight Session. Aurora Uplinks, have a good day. You as well. Monica, I know, was there earlier. 2 credit scenes. Solomon Thornton, I can't say. I don't want to get in trouble. It's not worth it, right? I do believe I'm gonna split. I do believe Film Thread is going live as well with theirs. Going over to Film Thread from Century City AMC. This is our special live edition of The Slant. Here, Captain America, Brave New World. I give it a 2.5 out of 5. It is a decent yet forgettable action flick. Could have been worse. Could have been a lot better. All right. Much love, everybody. Thank you guys so much for being incredible Slantinos. I'll catch you on the next time. Adios. Hello. What's happening? Just walking out of the theater for Reze 2. And yeah. It is the highest grossing animated film of all time, and much deserving. You know, I knew I was going to see spectacle. I knew I was going to be wowed by the animation, by the worlds, by the immortals, the stories, which I was, but which says a lot to the excellence of the execution technically. But here's what I didn't expect. Here's what I didn't expect. Great humor, and the story had a lot of heart, man. The two lead characters were just were wonderful to watch, man. You know, without doing major spoilers. You know, one Niza sacrifices himself to have Obing, if I'm getting it wrong, Bingmo Obing, I think it's Aobing, to live in his body until he can have his own body. But there's a trick, there's a catch to it, and that's just the two main characters. There's a lot going on in the story. It is so. It really is an epic, and it is you know, what makes it work is that the characters, they're so well done, and they're very clear, each character in their purpose. This is just, you know, wonderful storytelling. And again, what makes this epic work is the heart of the story. These two characters, and making themselves endearing to a person like me, I have no business watching animated movies from China. I don't know what all that is, but what I do know is that, yeah, I really enjoyed it. I highly recommend it. It's probably one of the better, you know, films of the year so far, animated films. I mean, and again, the spectacle of it all, but the humor, which kind of reminded me of how Disney and Shrek used to do humor. You know, a little wrong, a little not, you know, not politically correct, a little violent, a little vicious, but that's it worked, man. It worked, and really such a great payoff. I would say, for me, I got lost a little bit in all the characters, in the characters and what their specific powers were, or what their, you know, the backstory was. But you know, I just kind of let that go because I can't keep up with everything. So I'm just going to concentrate on what sticks, and what sticks is Niza. God, what a great character, and it's so cool looking, man. What a beautiful looking film. Again, just really impressed. That is my little spoiler there, reaction to Nizama. It is part 2. It's the biggest animated film of all time, highest grossing, and it's getting a UK and I believe Ireland release. So all you people in UK and Ireland, look out for that movie. If you love animation, if you love great storytelling, and want to be wowed and like laughs, it sounds like anyone can get this film. Everyone's gonna understand this film. All right, my name is Paulie. What do you guys think? Oh, do me a favor. If you like what we're doing on the channel, do all the things that we ask you to. But you know what? I got a PayPal link. Let me put the PayPal link right in the video box description, top video box description, because every little PayPal donation helps, goes a long way. Wherever you're at, keep your slam fuerte. Gracias. Right, Novocaine just got out right there in the theater, and yeah, this is an early screening that we got to check out, and it's it was violent and bloody as hell. I didn't expect that. It was funny. It was solid. It was a breath of fresh air in regards to like a somewhat original story. It's not a sequel. It's not a superhero movie. All that stuff. But it's pretty straightforward storyline. with a couple of good twists. What makes it is the actors. The actors are great. You got the Jack Quaid lead, and you have Amber Mid Thunder. She was in Prey. She played Prey. She was the lead in Prey, and she was fantastic. So those lead actors made the film. Of course, Ray Badalon from Spider-Man fame also were the leads. Okay, I gotta tell you, man, Jack Quaid is something very unique and special about this kid. He's got that Tim Robbins mixed in with a little Jimmy Stewart, aw shucks guy, but then he can also, like in Companion, he can play not so much of a nice guy, and I believe he's in The Boys, even though I have not seen The Boys. Now, Novocaine, it's a great pace. It is, it's a fresh take with this slant that this guy doesn't feel any pain. He's got a medical condition, and because of that, he's lived a very safe life, almost too safe. And he's kind of lives a very life of solitude, the assistant bank manager, and he really just has no friends. But he's a likable guy, and he's very earnest. He wants to help people that come into the bank. So it's a really good setup, man. If you want to be entertained, if you can deal with just kind of like the kills and the blood and the violence, it is a little gratuitous, but there's also some laughs with it. It is bloody, violently funny. So if you're into that, if you can handle that, then this movie's for you. If you're squeamish at blood, I'm gonna tell you right now, or kind of gnarly physical violence, then maybe not. I'm just giving you guys a warning. Other than that, this is a winner. I'm so glad it's in the movie theaters because it's also comedic. You got Matt Walsh in a co-starring role, the comedian Matt Walsh. He's also in The Unexpecteds. And we need movies like this in the theaters desperately, and they desperately need to do well. So very entertaining. It's called Novocaine, starring Jack Quaid, who I really like. I'm very impressed with Jack Quaid, man. I can't say that enough. And Amber is just there's something about her, man. She did fantastic, and it's a great role. And then, again, there's some good twists, and it's not a very complicated story. So there are some funny antics. Most of them work, and again, I was very entertained. So that is the review out of the theater reaction to the movie Novocaine starring Jack Quaid. All right, everybody, more out of the theater reviews. Also help us out with the PayPal there. Whatever you can donate goes a long way here on The Slant. Thank you guys so much. Look out for more out of the theater reviews. Peace, everybody. Wherever you're at, keep your slant fuerte. Gracias. Okay, getting out of the theater. Death of a Unicorn. It is an absolutely odd, lovely film.
Survey for the movie?
Yeah, I'll do the survey. I'll do the survey right now. There are films that are so odd, so kind of comes out of nowhere, low budget, that have no business being deep, meaningful. You expect some laughs maybe, or a cool little story, something subversive, but you got a little bit of everything in this film called Death of a Unicorn. it is a slow start, but it all pays off. It's odd humor, but if you pay attention to the characters, they all have their payoffs. And the heart of this movie, Jenna Ortega and Paul Rudd are just really, really good. The unicorns, especially at night, the effects were really, really well done. It had some odd laughs. It had some offbeat. It had an offbeat sense of timing. Then it had wonder. Then it had fear, and then it had beauty and just what we're doing in this world. I was just like, really kind of surprised, because I was almost thinking like, oh, this first half of this film, it was a slow burn, and then it just popped, and it made me think of kind of like those witty drama plays that had comedy, where you go and see it, and then towards the end of the play, you're like, wow, that was really good. Again, this had a great heart with Jen Ortega and Paul Rudd. Richard E. Grant, Tay Leone, and Will Portier, I believe, they played this obscenely wealthy family, kind of representing all that's wrong with the capitalism and them pillaging off of the labor force, and those are great characters. And again, it goes back to that indie sensibility of it's as if this is an indie film that takes a swipe at horror with an odd sense of comedy. So I don't know if everyone's gonna dig this type of humor, dig this type of film. I gotta think so too, because towards the end of the film, for me, it was a really good payoff with Paul Rudd and Jen Ortega. I can't tell you how good they are. Okay, that's my out of the theater reaction of Death of a Unicorn. So more to unpack. Maybe we'll do a discussion with someone else that has seen the film, because it's not a straight up commercial mainstream film. This was an independent film that has just nice original story, but with it's also kind of grotesque. There is some gnarly deaths. Keep that in mind. All right, if you've seen it, let me know. Are you gonna see it? Let me know. I do recommend it, especially if you're a Paul Rudd and Jen Ortega fan. That whole cast was incredible. From the AMC, check out all my other out of the theater. Okay, walking into the theater for Disney's Snow White, starring Rachel Zegler and Gal Gadot. Paulie here. I am paying with my Cinemark monthly subscription, plus the $3 off XD seat for a whopping $9. As you know, for every out of the theater review I do, I let you know how much I paid and who paid for it. So there's that. Also too, finally, this movie's come, right? Well, we have a playlist for you guys. It's been 4 years now of adding to this playlist, chronicling every news item, controversy. As you know, we have been fair with Ms. Ziegler's on talent performances, as well as her social media controversies and mishaps. We've covered it all. Now, Moment of Truth is here, and here we are. We're gonna see this film. I'm gonna go into this, guys. Two things, right? As a lover of cinema, I wanna see how I can be surprised. And then finally, as a general normie, how would the families would react to this film? As far as, word of mouth, maybe that second, third weekend. And that's it, guys. That's really it. So I'm walking into this theater. As soon as I get out, I'll see you then. Catch you on the other side. All right. So getting out of the theater, Snow White. It's finally over. Okay, so I am going to break it down cinematically. Uh, I'm gonna go over the cons first, and then the pros. Then finally, I will tell you in regards to the general public. Okay, cinematically, this was a really choppy storytelling. The first 20 minutes, I actually really liked. In regards to laying the scene of the story, but you can tell the you can tell the reshoots were really relevant, and it got towards the end of the movie became really clear in that they were trying to desperately rewrite probably the agenda out of the film, and yet it was kind of still always there. And I have no problem with like kind of this female empowerment. It didn't bother me, and Snow White does go through some hardship, but everything else seemed very haphazardly slapped together. Even the romance was weak, and the final ending, or the ending of the Queen, also too, production wise, there were some beautiful montages, beautiful shots, and then there were some not so. It was uneven, which I was a little surprised. So, cinematically, as a cinema lover, I loved, absolutely, cinematically, loved the musicals at the beginning, but everything became a little labored towards the finish, and I was like, let's wrap this up. So those are my bigger, those are like kind of like the storytelling, the reshoots, big problem. Gal Gadot, big problem. Listen, she's beautiful. She looks amazing. There's some shots where she's just absolutely amazing, but it's a very two-dimensional performance. She's playing evil. We talked about this in a scene breakdown that we had done. She does do a song, and she's having fun with it. But and she did have fun when she was the old lady with the apple. Other than that, when she was just the evil queen at the castle, it was just very two-dimensional. There wasn't, it never was once in fear of her, and you have to be. You have to be. So that is a con as well. The dwarves, the CGI didn't bother me as so much as, again, that third act of the storytelling. The band of bandits with Jonathan, who ends up being the love interest. You could tell that they had a huge role in this movie, and that all their parts were cut out. There was maybe a line and one storyline of the little dwarf actor who had a little bit of a storyline. Other than that, they never talked, and it was obviously, you could tell that they were completely edited out, and they were always there. But I didn't care for them. I cared a little bit about the dwarves. I liked Dopey. What else was am I looking here? So I think all the problems that I'm pointing to are it goes back to this corporate storytelling, corporate reshoots, corporate what's the word I'm looking for? When they intrude in the creator's creative work that if there was a vision of something, it just gets lost. It was just lost. And I could see again kind of a modern retelling, which is I have no problem with that. If it's sound and cohesive, and there was a little bit of it, but to me it got lost. It got lost. I could see that was there, and I actually thought, again, that first half hour, maybe 40 minutes, they were onto something really special. Okay, so those are the cons cinematically. Here are the pros. Rachel Ziegler, she's incredible. If it wasn't for her, this movie would be unbearable, which is really, really strange, right? But listen, man, she embodied the princess. She embodied Snow White from head to toe, every frame, every second. You know, there was not a wasted performance, a wasted scene. Whether I like some of the songs or not, that's not the point. I believed everything she was doing. You know, I cared about. She made me care about the film. I think towards the end, though, because of the storytelling and the direction they chose to with the ending, you know, a little bit, you know, that was a little bit lost for me. The songs were great. I had a good time, you know, obviously with Hi Ho and Whistle While You Work. You know, it's good feelings. It's a lot of happiness. It's a lot of fun. So those are my pros. Those are my cons and my pros. And really, you know, besides some of the good songs, the Waiting on a Wish, which I liked, and then and the old school songs, Rachel Ziegler is really the only reason why maybe you should go see this film as a cinema lover. So yeah. Okay, we are going to have a panel discussion where we're going to break it down and have more spoiler talk as well. Finally, what do I think how do I think the general audience is going to accept this, is going to take it, and will it be a global hit? Because I had predicted that this is going to be a massive global hit. I have to temper that, right? I don't know if I think there will be an audience. I don't know if it'll be as big as I had imagined. I think there's a lot of fun and joy and you know, and performance from Ziegler that will attract the families and the kids. The other thing that is gonna maybe make this a possible hit in the long run is that there's nothing for 2 months until Lilo and Stitch on this level. And like Mufasa, it'll probably leg out some success. That was my prediction weeks ago. I'm still gonna stay with that because I think globally it's gonna do very well because of the name, because of her performances, of the songs and the look. And then the CGI, you know, the dwarves, whether they like it or not, I think there'll be enough interest. I honestly, too, Ziegler will be the reason why it's a success because again, she's the best thing in the film, and it's to me it's undeniable. The unfortunate part is that the film was put together in a corporate laboratory, and that's really the tragedy here, because it's Snow White from Disney, and this should be a layup, and unfortunately, this is what happens when you mess with a classic story and you do one take of a modern, you do a modern take, and then corporate changes it. Then you do another take, and then corporate changing, because this is notorious for having several reshoots, guys. And it's clear that there's literally some scenes where I thought Rachel looked a little older, hair color different. I was like, that's the reshoot. So we'll see how it goes, man. We'll see how it goes. I know that our dear friend and contributor to the LatinoSlant.com, Rosa Para, loved this, 9 out of 10. I totally get where people will love it like that, and that's great. But she even admitted too, she can see why people won't be jazzed about it. And I was like, okay, so that's where I was coming in. So my rating, if we're doing the 10 system, she's giving a 9 out of 10. I'm probably gonna go no higher than a 5 or a 6. 6 because of Rachel. And finally too, and I'll say this in the live stream, but this, another big tragedy about this whole thing, right, is the baggage that Ziegler brought into this, because the baggage is directly connected to her and fans of the last few years, and all the controversies. It's unfortunate because had she endeared herself to fandoms, to the fans, like Jenna Ortega did with Wednesday or Beetlejuice, people would be very supportive, and people would scream at the hilltops as how fantastic her performance is. They're not going to give her that, and you can't blame them for being this jaded and strongly opinionated on their dislike for the lead actress. And that is another tragedy of this film. Now, I think this is gonna do great streaming. This is a great, like Rosa says, this is a great matinee. Take the kids, take the family. I agree with that. I think this is gonna do great streaming. This is not the classic. It's not in the same league. There are moments where it had some real beautiful moments. And that's all courtesy of Ziegler and the songs. Okay, man, that is it. Look out for more videos, and look out for that live stream that we're going to do with Lorena Creo and hopefully Cameron Pasha, where we have a panel discussion. Let me know what you guys think. Did you guys see it? Are you going to see it in the theater? Wow. And that is it, guys. That is your out of the theater review of Snow White starring Rachel Ziegler. Take care. Okay, leaving the theater. Out of the theater reaction to Working Man. Well, let me tell you why this is a great film, great action film. First, all hats off to, all praise to Chuck Dixon for writing great characters. This is what happens when an adaptation by Sylvester Stallone and David Ayer stays true to the source. There's probably changes which I don't know about. I didn't read it, but what I can tell are great characters, greatly drawn characters that were throughout this film. The moral code of good and bad, very strong in this film. That makes a great action film. Good guys and bad guys. And then you have Statham flexing. You have David Ayer flexing in regards to directing. I mean, David Ayer is ready to direct a Bond film. He's ready to direct a Thunderbolts film if he so chooses. But I strongly recommend David, and you just keep with this team because you got a winning formula. Way better. And I really liked Beekeeper. Way better than Beekeeper. Going back to the characters, it's great to see this Latino family that he befriends, and the daughter is kidnapped, right? So the daughter's kidnapped, and they're basically like, go save our little girl. And it was great, man. It was great. So, also too, with the bad guys, they're so varied and diverse, like from Russians to honky-tonk guys, that they all had their own personalities as well. That makes them that made it really great movie watching. Again, even the bad guys, and it's not like, oh, we're understanding that they're bad. None of that at all. We're just uh, getting why they do what they do, and you can you totally get it. There's a great character of another ex-military guy that he eventually goes up against. He was wonderful. So yeah, I want to say again, hats off to David Ayer, man. I can't understand why he ever was in a so-called director's jail, which I think was complete bullshit. Coming back from Tax Collector, End of Watch, Fury. I'm a big fan of David Ayer, and what Homeboy has done for all his films is that he's always written Latino characters in his movies, co-starring, big roles, small roles, fully fleshed characters. And in this one, you have Michael Pena and Noemi Gonzalez as the parents, but their daughter really steals the show. She is a firecracker. She got a lot of spirit, a lot of heart, and she had some great moments in this film as well. So I highly recommend this film. I had a great time. This is what action films are all about. Again, this is what happens when you have great writers, Stallone and Ayer, taking on the Chuck Dixon source and heightening it, and making it their own, but not destroying the character work. Hats off. The movie's called The Working Man, and it's a great return to form, and shows you that Hollywood knows how to kick some ass. All right, let me know what you guys think. Wherever you're at, keep slam fuerte. Bye. Okay, just getting out of the IMAX theater. Just saw Warefare, and this was a media screening, so I did not have to pay for it. This is free of embargo, as those have been lifted a while ago. So let me give you my initial thoughts and feelings about it. And then maybe I'll give you a couple spoilers. Well, this is the first directorial debut for Ray Mendoza, who's also one of the characters in the story. It's co-directed with Alex Garland, and it's with A24. So my initial feelings, my initial thoughts are that this war film in no way glorifies war, but it is not afraid to show you just what happens in this particular incident. It's not also too, if you're comparing it to like something as over the top in respects to like a Platoon, it's no way like that. And this is one incident that happens to the Navy SEALs, this particular group of men. It's not disconnected or surgical like Full Metal Jacket. Yet, I was a little bit of amazed how the beginning of the film kind of lulled you into a place where you're like, oh, okay, this is going to be a little bit more surgical and by the numbers war film. And what I mean by that is that they're mounting up, they're sighting a place for them to position themselves. They take over the house that they wanted to take over. So in a sense, it's like, Roger, Roger, boom, boom, boom. And you're like, okay, well, this, this is cool. And everyone's kind of just doing their job and getting towards that mission accomplished. But then, they get attacked. So what happens is this incredible sensory experience to where the filmmakers show you, really want you to feel what it's like to be under attack, what it's like for you to be attacked, and in the immediate aftermath of that. And that was just just amazing to kind of just, vision and experience. And so that experience, because it was IMAX, there's no other way to see it. Another thing that because it was just, it wasn't sweeping in the sense of like, oh, they're going to all these, Private Ryan, places, and big, you're seeing all these big grand shots. There was none of that. And yet when there was action, you felt it. But it was so grounded in these men as a pack. These young men as a tribe that just had each other's back. It's very special. It's just one story of how they, for the most part, survived. So, in that sense, it's a singular event. So it's eventful, but it's not. No one won the war. No one, stormed the mountaintops. Like, what I'm saying, like that. And yet there was heroic action. Don't get me wrong. And Ray Mendoza and Alex Garland, I mean, they showed it to us unfiltered, and yet not over the top. No, nothing over sensory. Nothing, as far as like rock and roll or romanticizing this, like a little Civil War did that a little bit, even though towards the end in Civil War, the fight choreography was top notch because Ray was a part of that. Well, so those are more thoughts, right? As far as the film, you got to see this on the big screen if you're a fan of war films, fan of military, etc., etc. But cinematically, this is a great film. Cinematically, this is harrowing, man, because it's also very intimate. They're stuck in this house that they took over, and then all of a sudden they're like, they're trapped, man. They're trapped, and it's not fun. And different people, different guys in the group react differently, and you're reacting with them. It's very human because no one is like Joe Cool war hero, and yet all of them are, So I was really impressed. I gotta tell you, man, my expectations were very high. Because I'm like, okay, there was a great box office hit recently with Minecraft, but we need our first great film of the year. We haven't had a great film of the year yet that is on a high level. Well, that was my expectation, and I was not let down. I really believe this is a great film. This is an incredible film. It's intimate. It's harrowing. It's also it also shows up on on the grand stage when action needs to be taken, and you believe it. And the way these guys staged it, the way these guys filmed it, you were along for the ride. You didn't notice at first that you're along for the ride because again that beginning lull was just so kind of just like. You almost felt like, okay, well, what's the big hubbub? And then boom, take you. So, great cast. can't pronounce the name of the young actor that plays Ray's character, but he was in Reservation Dogs. Joseph Quinn, Will Poitier, Kit Connor, Michael Gandolfini, Charles Melton. Great cast of young actors, and that's of course they did an incredible job casting. And my hope is that every one of their fans that's young men, go and see this film, because they need to connect to this generation of men, not so much older than them, that fought for this country, that was in this very complex and very dirty and ugly war in Iraq. So that's my hope, is that this young cast can bring these young men to come and see this film. It's great to see this young generation get cast in this film. These are my feeling is that this cast, there's gonna be a lot of breakout stars from this cast. There it is, Warefare. So I didn't really spoil the story. I mean, also too, it is a true story. You can look it up. They say the way they put this film together, it's based on extensive interviews from the people that were there. Collection of memories, including the filmmakers, Ray Mendoza. So hats up to Ray and Alex Garland. And it shows its quality. And Ray says that he wants to do more of these films. I say, go do more of these films. Please, please, please. That's really it, guys. I might do a write-up on thelatinoselect.com, but check out all our out of the theater movie reactions and reviews. The movie's called Warefare, directed by Alex Garland and Ray Mendoza, also co-written by them. First great film of the year. Thank God. Traveling, I don't know why. Hey everybody, Paulie here, and we just got out of Sinners on IMAX 70. What was the format? 70
millimeter
70
IMAX.
millimeter IMAX. Okay, so listen. This is a big hit for me. This is a big win for me. Hats off to Ryan Coogler. So the thing with me is we just had some nice conversations with some people watching it. This is by far the most layered, the most dynamic film that Coogler has done. This is what I'm calling, he's created a black mythic with music and with horror that happens to have vampires. But the mythos is that he's drawn upon the history of the last 100 years of the African American experience, and it is phenomenal. It is phenomenal. People trying to describe it as like, is it a musical? Is it a drama? Is it a horror film? And it's probably, you could say yes to all of them. It's all those things. The music, whether it's the score or the songs, is a character in the film. It is a strong moving force as far as pacing. The cast is, of course, Michael B. Jordan's playing two different characters. They're brothers, they're twin brothers. There's a gentleman that is the cousin. I believe this is his first acting experience. He was wonderful. Delroy Lindo was a hoot as this old blues man who, his character's like drunk half the time, which was a funny bit. And there was Haley Stansfield, who was wonderful as well. So they follow all the vampire lore, right? You got to be invited to come into the house. Wooden stake through the heart to kill it so the soul can be freed. garlic, sunlight, all that stuff. What was so profound was how music affected them all, and how music kind of sends off these I don't even know what you call like frequencies, vibrations, as far as communicating to on a higher level to other beings out there. And at one point, the gentleman playing the guitar, he kind of it's almost like a beacon call to where these vampires hear this music, and like, we need to make this guy one of us. It's very interesting because the head vampire is, for lack of better words, the head vampire, he's Irish, from Ireland. And there's that whole connection with the Irish experience, with the black experience, with the destitute experience, as far as being disenfranchised by people who are kind of like in more of a class level. So that was brilliant. There was just some brilliant moments. Really, listen, I think for myself, I would have probably, like, once I knew the characters, once I knew the lay of the land, once I knew everyone who had their moments, I was like, all right, it's time to wrap this up. So it got there. But I did not mind that first hour where it's just character work, and you're just getting to know the world and getting to know the time and place. So stay as well, because there's a big mid-credit scene. And I gotta say, I didn't say this. The mid-credit scene harkened back to me Anne Rice Interview with a Vampire, where it's like, where the movie literally is in the 30s, and then we're in 60, 70 years later. So cool, man. Hats off to Ryan Coogler. He created just an epic black mythic movie. This reminds me of what certain Latin American novelists can do, what certain Latin American directors can do, with different elements of fantasy, magic realism, drama, and humor. Because there actually is some humor in this. I don't get anyone. Now here's my gripe, and it's not to the film. It's to all these bozos calling Ryan Coogler a one-trick pony. All these bozos that are saying this is white man bad. Get a grip, because this is set in the 30s in the South, and at the end of the day, it's not all white man bad, because there's you'll see the story when you watch the movie. But it's really a disservice to cinema, to nerds, to cinematic nerds, because Ryan Coogler is one of those. He is on his way to becoming an auteur. He's on his way. And listen, no auteur is perfect, right? I did not like Wakanda Forever, but I love his other films. I love what he's been able to do with different genres. And now, wow, this has vaulted him. And again, hats off to Coogler. Yeah. Listen, you're going to think what you're going to think. If you don't like it, then there's nothing I can say about it. But I had to say my piece. Let me know what you guys think. Have you seen the movie? I know some of you guys have. I know you guys are very positive about it. And I'm so glad I got to see it on IMAX 70 millimeter. Wow, what an experience. And at some points, the frame moved, right? It filled up the screen.
Yeah, kind of like you push it in, and it kind of just...
It pushed it in.
You see this frame just kind of...
You saw the borders, and then it takes up the whole thing. Badass. All right, that's it. Also, check out our written review on theLatinoSlant.com by Sin. She liked it as well. Sinners, a very original movie that's out. Thank God. Enjoy. All right, peace.
And turn her down the rocky road and all the way to Dublin, Wakpalolida. From there I got away, my spirits.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Paulie here. Just getting out of the theater for the Accountant 2. Ben Affleck, Joe Bernthal, Daniela Pineda. Fantastic cast. Pay for it using the A-list. And yeah, I mean, listen, as much as I loved Accountant, this is far superior. You know, it's you got the character that you know, but it is so much more layered with the introduction of Bernthal's as the brother, and their dynamic and their history and their charisma together, how they play off each other, which is great. It never goes campy. It never goes over the top. Kind of like, okay, so I compare this right now to A Working Man, and A Working Man was, you know, good action, but it was kind of maybe two-dimensional. It wasn't like this one was, which is, you know, a lot more grounded, three-dimensional, where even the humor was, you know, wasn't over the top. Right, it's just the right amount of humor. The action was incredible, but the stories, right, and the characters were hey, the stories and the characters were just top notch, because you had it's rooted kind of in a reality that's unfortunate as far as sex trafficking of Latino kids, right? And that's the bad people, right? And that's, you know, that's the spoiler part. But so there's a real strong reality there that you're like, ooh, this is kind of scary. That being said, it doesn't make a statement. It doesn't sit there like we're making a statement. We're shedding light on this. Yeah, so it's balanced. And I just want to say one more thing. Like, yeah, go see it. It's a great action film. Ben Affleck's flexing, but Daniela Pineda and her character, she knocked it out of the park. It's a great written character It's a great written character. I don't even want to spoil it anymore because her character's vital to the story. Yeah. All right, I said it. That's it. Because really, everything else, you know, you get it serves it up to be a great time at the movies. And this is probably, I'm trying to think of the best action films so far of the year. This surpasses Working Man. Warefare is a different type of film. So as far as entertainment, story, multi-layered, as far as kicking ass and a little bit of humor, Counting 2, man. Knocks it out. Out of the theater review. Catch you later. Paz. Rosario. Gory, scary, gross film. Rosario. Thank you. Yeah, man. You know, as far as the genre of horror, the occult, and you know, twists and turns, man, these guys knocked it out of the park. The director, Felipe Vargas. Let's give props to Jose Zuniga, great character actor. David Desmachin, what a fun character he plays in this film as well. And the lead actress, Emerald Tubia, I believe. You know, really, she carries the film. There's not a scene that she's not in, which was almost a tour de force. The nitpicks is that some of the dialogue's a little silly. Some of the twists are, you saw them coming, but you know, honestly, man, for that's a nitpick because it's pretty entertaining as a kind of just you know, this idea that your family, you know, in a sense, makes a deal with the devil to assure your happiness and success in America. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool twist, and they even added the whole. They added the lore to the lore. This idea of you know, coming to this country and the things you're willing to do, including make a deal with the devil. So I was like, that's kind of cool. And the pre-Columbian kind of native religions man, those exist. They've always existed. And this reminded me, I mean, back when I was little, I had long hair. And I think I was not even 5. I don't remember. And my great aunt, she cut my hair and she kept a lot of it in a jar. And I think she did a prayer about it. I mean, like there's a lot of that in Latino families. So I was like, wow, I was kind of connecting to some of that because those elements are in the film. It's mainly in English. Again, I think Emerald is a star. I think the role, it's a great role for her. She does a great job. Again, the dialogue's a little silly. I think there was humor that could have been actually even heightened more. Some of it was kind of thrown away, which was kind of unfortunate because it would have been nice to have some of those moments of levity there. That, I say that, and yet I didn't take the film seriously because, it's a fun little horror tale. To me, it's like a fun little horror tale you would tell to friends about, my grandmother was into this, ancient pre-Columbian thing, and there was a story, stuff like that. So I really wasn't ever scared. And it kind of creeped me out, but if that's a thing for me, like, I told you some of the things that I'm nitpicking about is that I was never truly frightened. I don't know if that means anything, but I was entertained, and I would definitely recommend this as a matinee discount, and then definitely check it out when it comes to streaming. But the lead's great, and Jose Zuniga, great character actor. You recognize he's been around for decades. He was great as the dad. Good little twist there. Enough said. It's called Rosario. Support indie. These guys, Mucho Mas Media, got this movie in the theaters. It's in a lot of theaters. I mean, it's at an AMC, and I was very impressed. So that's my review. Sticking to it. I mildly recommend it, and it is. What I do see? I could definitely see some more adventures of Rosario. All right. Talk to you later. Peace. Hurry up tomorrow and help me out here because I am definitely not a fan of the weekend to where I would go and watch a movie of his. He's got some nice songs, but I don't know what I just saw. I can tell you that it's probably one of the most contrived and just, I don't know, it was just for me, it was just a failure of a film. Cinematic ideas, a waste of Jenna Ortega, complete waste, completely awkward, and the first 40 minutes, he's just crying. That was his character. And there were some interesting moments, but I think at the end of the day, it just a big question mark. And I was never endeared to the characters. It's about apologizing at the end of the day for bad behavior, for treating people bad. Wow. Yeah. That's all really I got. Because I could just kind of go down the rabbit hole and tear it apart. Hey, everyone, this is the ultimate experiment that you get with your name cachet. Contrived, indulgent, and very forgettable cinematic experience. Hurry up and don't watch this. Hey, what's happening? Paulie here, and wow, Just did a unexpected out of the theater, viewing of Bring Her Back, the Philippou brothers strike again. Listen, this is the most terrifying film I've seen this year. I think what makes it so terrifying is that it is based in a reality that if any of us was confronted with, we probably would try to do the same thing. What's so, minus the supernatural ritualistic things that happen in this film, the reality is, what would a parent do if they lost a young child, their young child? It would do anything. So that's one thing. The other thing is that this character played by Sally Hawkins, she's incredible. What a great character. Is the fact that she worked as a child psychologist for I believe for either the police department or for the welfare in this Australian town for dozens of years. So it's almost like a clipping out of a newspaper, like a true crime that you would hear about in regards to just a terrible crime against children that we do unfortunately read about. So that that really grabbed me as well. Like all this stuff, unfortunately, in our society, in the things that we unfortunately hear about, this could happen. And obviously not who knows about the supernatural aspect of it, but that's just there's so many levels as to why this is terrifying. And yes, it's filmed well. Yes, it's just wonderfully acted, and great. These guys always get great actors as far as just fresh faces. Man, that's really it. Without any other major spoilers, it really terrified me. This is kind of like a nightmare, and but it's so well done and so not American in the sense of jump scaring you to death. There's none of that. Yeah, and it is a bittersweet ending, but it's a incredible story, incredible characters. That is Bring Her Back. Oh my God, I'm gonna need to watch something happy before I go to bed. Take it easy, guys. Hey, what's happening, everybody? Paulie here, getting out of the Cinemark theater where I just saw Karate Kid's Legends. All right, man. I gotta tell you, I was looking forward to it. Having recently rewatched the entire seasons of Cobra Kai the last month, and I was like, all right, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the magic. Ralph is in it. Jackie Chan's in it. They're gonna have supposedly some connection to Cobra Kai, and which they did. Spoiler at the end of this little video, but unfortunately, it does not match even the magic of Cobra Kai. And this movie was told at such a fast break pace that there was no time really to get to just connect with our main kid. He was good. There's no complaint. I actually thought there was a lot of great elements in this, but it was told as if it was a TikTok generation. That's the only thing that I can think of as to the pacing, and it was so un-Karate Kid. So the beauty of the Karate Kid is that you feel for our guys. He's going through one obstacle after another, and it just mounts. and you didn't get that here, to where even the victory at the end was a little shallow. So I was I'm disappointed, man. I'm disappointed. It was entertaining. It wasn't terrible. I think this thing just suffered from it's just we got all these characters, we got all this story to tell, and we got to do it quickly. So that wasn't good, especially when the biggest moments as far as the audience reaction was for Jackie Chan, a couple of jokes, but Ralph Macchio, who's barely in it, who really doesn't have a. There's no reason why Ralph Macchio, story-wise, I just didn't see the stakes. The stakes weren't high in regards to Jackie Chan needing to go to the West Coast to go and get Macchio. It was just because it is a Karate Kid franchise IP. And again, Ralph got the biggest cheers. So the lead kid is fine. He's actually a lot better than I thought he was. The female that he falls in love with, who's Joshua Jackson's daughter, they're great. I really like those characters. They own the local pizzeria. I thought all that was cute. I thought she was really good. But again, it just never took its time to breathe and just, build up those moments. And I'm comparing it to the other films because it's called Karate Kid. So, yeah, I think this at the end of the day is going to suffer from just being from this storytelling generation that, this audience, it thinks that this audience doesn't like to take its time with an endearing story. Let's just tell it. And really that's it. I'm giving it a 6 out of 10. It wasn't terrible. Definitely wasn't, good or great. And as far as how it compares to the other Karate Kid films, I almost, as crazy as this sounds, 2010's Karate Kid is better than this one, just because you really love Jackie Chan's character. And this was almost kind of just like a music video. So at least, yeah, that as annoying as the Smith kid was in 2010's Karate Kid. So definitely not the worst. That's set aside for the next Karate Kid. I don't know, man. Yeah, this one's kind of forgettable. This is this is not up there with my Karate Kids. And it definitely begs to question, is that you had all the magic there with the elements of the Cobra Kai characters, and why didn't you make Miguel and Sam the Karate Kids? They're going to college. They literally got on a plane at the end of Cobra Kai, and they went to Okinawa. That is your first movie, right there. Something goes down in Okinawa. Here comes Johnny. Here comes Ralph Macchio. Maybe Chozan is in trouble. Boom. That's your Karate Kid. This was a stretch. The biggest reaction is, and this is spoilers, the biggest reaction is at the end. There's a end credit right before the credits roll, is when Ralph is back at the dojo and Johnny shows up. Johnny makes an appearance. They got the biggest reaction because this is a Karate Kid generation. This is a Karate Kid crowd, and he was great. Again, and he looked great on the big screen. It's like you got Macho, you got Zabko. Have them on the big screen. They got to go to Okinawa and save Miguel, and it's right there. Tee it up. This is a big miss, unfortunately. Well, let me know what you guys think. You know what a big Karate Kid Cobra Kai fan I am, as a martial artist and just as growing up with Karate Kid. Anyways, that's it. Thank you so much for watching this video. Wherever you at, keep your slam fuerte. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, what's happening? 28 years later, directed by Danny Boyle, written by Alex Garland, starring Aaron Taylor Johnson, Jodie Comer, what's the gentleman who's in Sinners? He's got a bit role as well. Ray Fiennes, just walking out of the theater and wanted to first hit you guys with my overall reactions and then maybe share a couple of spoilers with you. And wanted to do a rare live reaction right out of the theater. Here we are, right out of the theater. And it is a lovely evening here in Los Angeles, Crenshaw Plaza. So, yeah, man, 20 years later, really, I'm a big fan of the other installments. And this was wild, man. This was wild. Listen, it's wild, and it's set up basically for for another movie, which is good and bad, right? Because you're just like, man, it was such a non-ending ending. So before I get into kind of like well, let me do first impressions as well as people are coming in, and appreciate you guys if you're watching this live or on the replay. Do me a favor right now, smash the like. I need to see those likes go up. At the very least, get those likes going up would be great. So it's we're about 3 decades later after the last installment, and what you're seeing is a hunter-gatherer society on this small island, and the jobs are kind of like, farmer, seamstress, forager, that type of stuff. And it's pretty interesting, the whole setup. And that's where we see Aaron Taylor and his son Spike, who really is Spike is really the lead of the film. And this kid actor is just fantastic. They casted this perfectly. And it's Spike's first venture off island. And him and his son, him and his dad, Aaron Taylor, they go, and there is a lot of mystery involved, and he does his first kill. I will tell you that was thrilling. I loved it. I loved the whole premise of the island. I love the premise that really that society is just not using technology at all. But technology is still there because the UK is a quarantine island, and that the French and other surviving countries are monitoring the island offshore via ships, Navy ships. So I thought that was interesting. Okay, so that was interesting. So I love the premise. I love the setup. I absolutely love the setup, and I absolutely love Aaron Taylor Johnson. His character is very much like, look, we're hunters now. You got to do this kill. You got to get used to killing to where it doesn't. It's just easier and easier on your soul. I thought that all that stuff, those learning lessons are just deep, fantastic. Just boom, oh, and I love the society, the camaraderie of that community. So then it kind of shifts because there's something. There's a different. When they get back, there's a different. I'm trying not to spoil this too much for you guys, but there is now a different conflict, a different motivation for Spike, and that's where his mother comes in, Jodie Comer, and she is fantastic. What a great mom! What a great character. Now they go back to the island, unbeknownst to Aaron, and the mainland. And there's a reason, and that's where Ray Fiennes' character comes in. This is where there's a lot of asks that Danny Boyle and Alex Garland ask of us, and basically is how how much are we willing to disbelief are we willing to suspend? Because, there's some pretty wild choices that they make in the story. And listen, man, I was entertained. It didn't nothing ruined it for me, but I was just like, oh my God, come on, give me a break. But it was fun, and it was it was a little shocking. There's a very shocking scene as well. Ray Fiennes is this kooky kind of he was a man of medicine who just kind of he didn't lose his sanity. He just checked out of the island, like of that society. So he was on his own. He was on his own. So there's that. I really don't want to, in this section. Maybe we'll do a couple of spoilers in a few. But I want to say hello to you guys. But really, that's what I got from it. Wildly entertaining. Some silly choices that I just like. You know what? This is Danny Boyle. This is not like the thing with Danny Boyle and Alex Garland in these movies is that it's so over the top. It's so bombastic. It's so at times ridiculous, but also too heightened. It's heightened entertainment. It's just a lot of fun. Whether it was the first movie, whether it was the second one with all those characters, trying to save the kids' lives. It's not as, I will say this, of all of them, this is the least, I want to say, chaotic. It has its moments and it's got some wild imagery in it. But you got to remember, this is 30 years later, so stuff has died off and then it hasn't, but I think what happens is that as Spike ventures off into more of the mainland, that's going to change. And the ending is a huge cliffhanger. The actor who's in Sinners, it gets introduced way at the end. So I had a fantastic time. I'm definitely going to see it again with Romy. She wants to see it. We love these type of movies. There's always something. It's definitely not your typical zombie tale, and really it is kind of how this kid just gets exposed for the first time to the devastation of what we did as a humanity. So that was really good. Again, the Spike's really good. Okay, so now let's say hello to everyone before I maybe give a spoiler to. Give me a hey, there's 27 people here watching. I need some more likes going on right now. Give me some more likes. You haven't smashed the like. Let me scroll on back. We're here at Karen Shaw Plaza, Cinemark Theater. It's a lovely evening, and weather is fantastic. I saw the movie, paid a discount price with my monthly Cinemark, membership. So I Solid Snake. Hey, Polly, how was it? It was wild. It was fun. I don't know if it was my favorite one. Just because it's a part one. It really is a part one, guys. It really is. Penny, Corbin Dallas. Hello, hello, hello. Press Montoya, thanks for subscribing. We love subscribers. Darcipio, watch Gore the Merciless hate toward. I don't need to watch any. You know what? If you watch it, that's fine. But I don't need to watch anyone hating anything. This is what I either liked or didn't like. Dirtbag, freak of wife. Dang you handsome. Day, thanks. All right, John Clayton. Weren't you on a David New York video? I was not. David New York. I don't know what that means. Is it like has to do with the cap? Dyer Humper, I don't think he wanted a day in your life, bro. I don't think he wanted a day in your life, bro. I don't know what that means. Red Skull, hey, Red Skull. Bonso, member of the channel. Look out, I think one of the zombies made it to SoCal. Hey, what's up, Carlos? Corbin, Dallas, all right. Smash it, already did, I love it. Roth M. We got two of the Latino Slants subscribers. The biggest troublemakers are here live with me. Darcipio and Roth. Definitely watch this in the theater along with. Oh yeah, I want to watch F1. Jurassic World. Yes, this summer has a lot of good movies. So much fun. How does it compare to 20 Days Later? 20 Days Later is the GOAT. It's GOAT. It's good, but it's also very different because 28 Days Later is like in the moment. Everything is just right. It just and really, it's almost like you fast forward and how would a forager society exist? Waiting for F1 here. Sounds good. Troublemakers are out to get you. Blah. Okay, so now let me know if you guys would like a spoiler or two. Chris Gore is in the chat. Oh my goodness. What's up, Gore? So they're telling me in the chat you hated it. I mean, how can you hate a zombie movie, dog? What's wrong with you? I think Chris has gotten like way too jaded and cynical, man. Come on, man. It's Danny Boyle. Okay. Do you think this one sets up a potential good sequel? Yes. I mean, what's the actor's name from Sinners? The Jack O'Connell. Jack O'Connell shows up in the last minute of the movie. It's a total setup for a sequel. And you're just like, man, oh, you love 28 years later. Why did they say someone was pulling my chain, man? Hated Elio. No, I'm not going to see Elio. Dude, this movie was incredible. Incredible. All right, but right now we're getting to the segment on, and it's good to see you, Chris. Love you, man. I'll give you a ring. Let me know if you guys there obviously you guys now know that it's really a part one, and it's really a cliffhanger. It's such a cliffhanger ending. But I want to know if you guys want a couple of spoilers, and then I'll be out of here, man. But much love to the chat, Bonzo, members of the channel, Carlos, Bonzo, and Chris Gore. It's good to see Chris Gore here, man. So, spoilers, yes or no? I'll give a couple, but if you guys don't want them, that's cool as well. Again, here at the Cinemark. Can you tell this is the start of a trilogy? Obviously, I haven't seen part 2, but could this have just been one movie? This is definitely, whether it is a Spike the Kid and Jimmy, who Jack O'Connell plays. Jimmy is shown in the beginning of this movie as a child, right at the beginning of the outbreak. And he has a cross. His father is a priest, and he's got a cross. The father gives him the cross right before he gets eaten, blah, in the church. And then, right at the end of the movie, we see Jimmy as a grown man, looking wild as F, with tracksuits, with long blonde hair. He's got a group of guys, men and women, that all have long blonde hair, tracksuits, and golf clubs. Golf clubs. So, yeah, it does have the makings of at least a sequel, maybe even a third one. Okay, spoil away. I just did Cartoon. What's up, Cartoon? Sith Holocron. Hello, Sith Holocron. Anything else, guys? Looking forward to Jimmy in part 2. Bro, Chris Gore, bro. It's almost as if the way he came on in this film was that, okay, here comes a wild, like, Scottish hero to save the day. That was just crazy. Did you notice the color of the tracksuits matched the Teletubbies? Oh, okay, okay, wow. Okay, at the beginning, there's this group of blonde kids, and I assume this is the same group that Jimmy keeps alive. And they're all grown up. They're watching Teletubbies while their parents are getting eaten up alive outside, outside in the rest of the house. And I guess they show up at the end in colorful tracksuits like the Teletubbies. Wow, that's great, man. That's fantastic. Cartoon, hey, I'm Bruce. Where are you from? Hey, LA, man. Golf clubs are a luxury in zombie-filled worlds. Uh, you know, okay, so I think that's it, guys. I don't want to spoil anything else. I If you love Danny Boyle, if you love zombie movies, this one is going to be a great time in the theater. There's a lot going on with the relationship between the mom and Spike, Jodie Comer's character, and the connection with Ray. Ray finds his character in regards to life and death. La Harba. Hey, what's up, La Harba? All right, I see you. Don't spoil the movie like Chris Gore does. That's it. That's all I'm gonna give. So again, I highly recommend it. Rating time. Rating time. 8 out of 10. This is a blast. Absolute blast. And I had just recently saw 28 Weeks Later a couple days ago. So this was fresh, and this is a great installment.
Hello, everyone. This is Rosa Parra coming at you from AMC The Grove. I just got out from watching Megan 2.0, and I have to say, I thought the film was fine. It was entertaining. It definitely deviated from the first film horror aspects of it, whereas the first film is a horror thriller movie. This one is more of a thriller action comedy. It leans a lot into the comedy and the silliness and the absurdity of it all. It's perfectly harmless. There's nothing too bad about it, but again, there's nothing that great either. I feel that in this film you have a quote unquote quote another robot that has been created for military purposes, and when it gets out of control, they expect to get the assistance of Megan to see if there's anything she can do to help to de-escalate all the potential world destruction that can occur under this new AI. So, in terms of the subject matter and um, diving into the potential harm of trusting AI too much and all that, it's definitely an interesting and compelling narrative to sit with. But other than that, yeah, it's just plain silly. Again, nothing harmful, but also nothing that great either. So I guess if I were to give it a score right now, it would be like a solid 5 out of 10. Again, right in the middle. So yeah, that's all I have for you guys to right now. And yeah, stay tuned for the latinoslant.com where I will be writing my review of the movie. And it's busy week, so I'll be having more audio reactions for you guys. So please stay tuned. And yeah, that's it for me. I'll talk to you guys next time. Bye. Hello, everyone. This is Rosa Parra coming at you from AMC The Grove. I just got out from watching Jurassic World Rebirth. And yeah, these are my initial thoughts on the film. I wasn't too fond of it, to be quite honest with you. Um, I'll give. I'll start with some positives. I thought that the film, to its credit, it did have several moments that were very intense. There was a couple of scenes, particularly in that second act, that did keep me at the edge of my seat. However, I think that those moments could have been more intense, and they could have been more emotionally gutted if I cared about any of these characters, which I didn't. And a lot has to do with the writing. I thought the writing was incredibly lazy. It was just eye rolling inducing, and I didn't care about anybody in this film, so I could have given any F's if any of them died. And that's the thing. I think that, and it might be an unpopular opinion, pero I feel because there's a family in here, I believe it's a Latino family, that it feels, at first it very much feels like they are there because, I don't know, every one of these movies needs to have children in it, and that's the only purpose of it. It felt forced. I didn't care about any of them, not even the little girl. And it just did not work for me. Again, I appreciate that they incorporated a Latino family in here, but it just felt, yeah, their dynamic was just did not work for me. The boyfriend in there, he just, oh my God, I was annoyed with that character, to be quite frank with you. And I feel that if we didn't have that family, we would have spent that time with the Scarlett Johansson and Jonathan Bailey and Mahershala Ali a little longer, perhaps I would have cared a little bit more about their outcome, and I would have been perhaps more invested in these characters. But none of these characters truly did anything for me. I just wanted that movie to be over. It's very badly paced, very slow, particularly that beginning. There's the small moments, intimate moments where you're having characters having these conversations that just, I'm just like, oh my God, when is this gonna be over? And it had just barely started. So it didn't get any better for me, outside of some small moments here and there. Other than that, I was just not impressed. So I frankly had a little bit more fun with Megan 2.0 than I did with this movie. But hey, to each their own, right? If I were to give it a score, I think right now I would give it a 3 out of 10. Yeah, it just didn't really work for me. So yeah, those are my initial thoughts. Keep an eye out for my written review over at thelatinoslant.com. And yeah, stay tuned. There'll be more content coming out, you guys. During this week, tomorrow I have a screening for Superman, so keep an eye out for that. But yeah, until then, I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
There's a movie called For Love of the Game that came out, I want to say, late 90s by Sam Raimi, starring Kevin Costner, John C. Reilly. Great cast. It had Vin Scully doing the play-by-play of a fabled Perfect Game by Kevin Costner. I don't know if you remember that, but there's a scene where he wins everything. He goes back to his hotel room, a broken man, because he's celebrating it alone. I'll never forget that scene, right? I'll never forget that scene. And then he makes the choice to go and find Kelly Preston, take the flight with her, because he's kind of done slaying all his dragons as a ball player. Well, in this movie, F1, after Brad Pitt reaches the highest of highs, he goes and he continues to slay dragons. And what a beginning, what an ending, what a film this F1 is. Just like all great sports films, our lead hero is such a broken man. In the words of in the script, in describing Sonny, that's the character, Sonny. It's not that he was a has-been, he's a never was. Fantastic, stunning film work, stunning visually. The races, the scoring by Hans Zimmer, the emotional connection that you have to being right there, but then also too, just a great script. great characters, great cast. This is one of the best films of the year. And here's a great way that you spill exposition. Finding out just where Sonny's been for 30 years. He's at a press conference, and they just made him number 2 in the team. And it's such a shocker that Javier Bardem has brought him in, and Javier is great. It's such a shocker that they've brought in this washed up, once would have been to be in F1. And this reporter, this older man, starts shouting in the back, "Hey, Sonny, you're a gambler, you're a degenerate, you've been through all these marriages." And Sonny just kept going. Brad Pitt just kept going, yep. What a great scene. And that is just masterful, simple, powerful storytelling that we have seemed to have lost here in Hollywood. I cannot tell you what a treat this is for dudes and cars and sports and young and old and mentor and mentee. It's everything you think that this movie would be and then more. But also too, I just think anyone's gonna just love this story because this story is just so right on the money. The stakes are right on the money. The adventure, the thrill, and then just a Hail Mary. It's so impossible that you can't help but root. And then when the inevitable happens, you can't help but just get full of joy and a little teary-eyed. I got a little emotional, but just hats off to the director and to Brad Pitt, man. What an incredible film, F1. I saw it on IMAX. I highly recommend it. It's just one of the best films of the year. And one of the best sports films I've seen in a long time, period. Wow. Slay them dragons, man. What a great character. He's up there. F1, out of the theater. Check out my other out of the theater reactions and reviews, myself and Rosa here on the Latino Slant. God bless. Peace. Paulie, the Latino Slant with Rosa.
Hey!
We just got a James Gunn's Superman. This is our social media sentiments.
Right.
All right. Well, what'd you think and feel?
You know what? I had a really, really good time with it. I don't know how to explain it, but it feels like. And again, I told you before the screening that I wasn't big on all the Superman movies or particular superhero or anything, but I trust James Gunn. And this film is the reason why. I was hooked. I cared about these people. And I'm not gonna lie, I did cry. There was a few moments that did get to me. And he has always managed to make the most, I don't want to say random, but he manages to make the most unexpected either people or creatures and make something substantial out of it. And that's what I got here. And frankly, I don't know about loved it, but I may have to see it one more time, but I did like it a lot.
So I'm coming at it as Superman the movies fan. Like I'm not the expert on the comics of Superman, right? So I had to really forget those films because I'm like, this is not that Superman. This is James Gunn, and it was a blast. It was awesome. It was so refreshing. It was so different. It was just like. This, like you said, now I got to watch it again because he's giving you a lot. Let me tell you, the pace, it's like full throttle, let's go, scene one, boom.
From the opening sequence, yes. If there's anything you can count on from James Gunn is to have some badass music and
Yeah.
some badass action sequences
Yeah.
with music.
Without spoiling it, what did you think of the camera? What did you think of the three leads?
Loved it. Yeah, I mean, the romantic, the Lois Lane, and come on. It was just palpable, just from the opening sequence. And again, I cared about him. It's very, very, very meticulously written. I was not bored once. Even when they're having these intimate conversations, you're just hooked.
Let me tell you, if this is going to be as big as I think it's going to be, this is the downfall of Marvel for letting James Gunn go. Because James Gunn, like you said, was probably your favorite Marvel trilogy was the Guardians of the Galaxy. This boy, it's not only a great Superman film, but it is like, this is the DC universe. Because there was a lot in there. A lot of little cool things and a couple little cameos.
Yes, cameos from, cameos. That's,
Right, don't say who they
I'll leave it at that.
And then finally, Crypto.
Dude, what can I tell you? That dog, man. Again, it makes you, he's like, in my mind, he's like Groot from Guardians.
Yeah.
It's just he just makes it. I'm not supposed to care about a tree, but I do.
Right.
In here, adorable.
It's James Gunn's, dude. I'm just saying, like his genius.
Oh yeah.
His genius is like, we're gonna make this movie James Gunn punk rock.
Yeah.
But also too super accessible to mainstream audience with Crypto.
Oh yes.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah. If you don't leave the movie theater adoring that dog, I don't know. You're heartless. You're soulless. But yeah, that Crypto, man. I loved it.
Okay, here's what you guys can expect. You're gonna expect my out of the theater more mini spoilers video coming up right away. And what do you got?
Yeah, I'll probably do a written review for you. Yeah. And yeah, there were so many things that just, there's a speech at the end that just got me from Superman, and it couldn't be more relevant.
A beautiful, beautiful ending.
Oh yeah.
Beautiful ending.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very relevant, yeah.
All right, guys, that's it. Latino Slant, latinoslant.com with the great Rosa Paulie here, and stay tuned for more.
Bye.
Bye. James Gunn's Superman, the Latino Slant, just got out of the media screening. This is a good almost 2 weeks before the media screening, actually the public, that it comes out to the public. And you can also check out our out of the theater audio reaction, social sentiment. This is gonna be, I will have a couple of more details about the film, not major spoilers. And then also too, you can read the full review on thelatinoslant.com. Well, I'm happy to report that James Gunn has probably made the best superhero film in years. I don't know how to explain what I just saw. All I can tell you is that James Gunn paid homage to the lore of Superman, but made it a completely new, I don't want to use the word modern, but it's James Gunn. And once when I was watching it, the beginning, I quickly had to shift my mind away from the fact that I'm not watching anything like I'd seen before with any Supermans. This was a completely different feel, universe, and yet it felt familiar, right? It felt familiar. So there's that. The story, okay, the pace from the opening scene, it just doesn't let up. And I love that because we've gotten quite a few origin stories. We know the origin stories. This was like 3 years into after he's announced that he is Superman, and we go full throttle into the latest situation. So that's kind of the opening. I want to tell you before I forget that there are 2 post-credit scenes, 2 of them. One mid-credit and one at the end of the entire film. The leads, perfect. Absolutely perfect. The supporting cast, Mr. Terrific and Green Lantern, Nathan Fillion, so good. So good on so many levels. Who else? Oh God, you know, so basically there's these odd, okay, let's give you a little bit of story spoiler, right? Lex creates pocket wormholes, universes to jump to other places, other universes, if that makes sense. And in there's an actual prison that he's created where he puts all the bad people that he's made deals with other countries, other universes that they don't want around. So there's some spoilers there as well. So cool. Well, he basically finds a way to get Superman jailed there. So that is where you see all the other interesting worlds, and in the trailer you've seen the image of him holding a green baby. That's there. There's a whole thing behind that. Also too, the Justice Gang, which is hilarious, and the James Gunn humor is just on point, because Nathan Fillion wants to keep calling it the Justice Gang, Hot Girl and Mr. Terrific, and they all hang out where? The Hall of Justice. That's right. You guys get to see the Hall of Justice. And I was just like, oh. Now that being said, there is a continual balance of not doing too much of kind of hokey member berries or homages and going full throttle with the story, but also too, it's written so well. And I'm comparing it to kind of like, there's no comparison as far as Thunderbolts or Captain America, or going back the last couple of years to this, something that's so smart and endearing and touching and badass than this film. So this is gonna be a huge movie. The runtime was great. I actually was bummed out that it ended. I wanted more. And of course, Crypto was amazing. I will say this too, in regards to Nicholas Holt's Lex Luthor. It's probably one of the best Lex Luthors there is, and he does kill. So it's kind of brutal. Another surprising thing, but it's James Gunn, is that there is cursive language in this, which is hysterical. There's also commentary on what we do with social media, on trolls, on bots. I mean, so damn funny, and how, God, it's just so smart. Again, I gotta see this film again because he throws so much at us, but it's so sublimely executed. And David is just wonderful as Kal-El, Clark Kent, Superman. He really just, it's not that he grows and he's not good at the beginning, but I had such preconceived ideas of so many other iterations of Superman that once I really let go, I'm like, this guy is wonderful. He's absolutely wonderful. All right, I think I will give you one cameo spoiler and then we're done. But I gotta tell you, I'm so impressed, and get ready for more Superman movies. Yes, by now you know that Supergirl does show up. She shows up at the end. There's a cute connection between her and Krypto, but also too, there is you know what? We'll keep it at that. I don't want to give away too much. Everyone was absolutely awesome in their roles. There is really, and I'm trying to be fair, man, as to is there anything that stuck out at me that was problematic? Might be one of the best films of the year, man. So I was incredibly impressed, and James Gunn knew the assignment, that he not only had to create a really great Superman, he had to create a great DC universe, and it be comparable to the MCU that we loved so much in those first two phases, and he does that. And I will tell you this, man, knowing how big this movie is going to be, this is a huge loss for Marvel, because James Gunn is DC full throttle now with all, not his film, but then you got Supergirl happening. It's on. The movie is Superman. James Gunn's is Superman. All props to the mighty James Gunn, to that wonderful cast, to Krypto, and there's just so many more things. There is a question in regards to Kal-El's parents from Krypton. I don't know the comic book connection, if it's comic book accurate. We will find out, but it is what it is. He discovers something that's a big betrayal, and it kind of really affects him until he talks to Pa Ken. They have a great conversation. But I want to see if that's in the comic books at all. I'm sure it is, but it's a great device for him. And yeah, well, that's my out of the theater mini spoiler reaction review. So we're still in the theater of IMAX. Fantastic Four just ended, and this is our social media reactions. And I'm going to try to grab Rosa and get her first impressions. As a self-contained movie, I think it was really entertaining. Obviously, the visuals, the score was top-notch. I mean, probably even better than Superman as far as the score. But look, Rosa's here. If you can't look, you can hear. Come on, as we're walking out of the theater, let us know your thoughts.
Oh, man. So many thoughts. I loved it. Absolutely loved it.
Oh, yeah. So, like, you start in the middle of this. No.
Yes. I'm holding her hostage until she gives us some impressions here.
Yeah, no, I absolutely loved it. It's an introduction, I'm assuming, to the characters, and more of their dynamic, how they make things work, and so on. Again, I'm coming at this, I was telling Paulie earlier that I haven't seen any of the previous Fantastic Fours, so this is my introduction to these characters as well. And I loved it. I guess I'm gonna be very biased when it comes to. It's gonna be very nosy.
Oh, we got a good mic.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna be very biased, but yeah, Sue Storm, man, she's. If I can be a superhero, it will be Sue Storm.
I love it, man. I gotta tell you, everyone had their moments, but no spoilers. Sue Storm delivers, but it's funny because it's cosmic, it's eternal, it's being a mother.
Exactly. And as a mother of 4 that's felt the pain 4 times and just seeing everything, it was just so very well acted. And again, a lot has to do with Vanessa Kirby's performance. She's just been, yes, cringe, fantastic. But yeah, I think those are my initial thoughts. I loved it. I totally loved it.
My only thing was the villains. Knowing Galactus, was a little disappointed. I like Silver Surfer, the female one, and the business that she had going on with Johnny. Great twist there. But it didn't ruin it for me, just knowing, I'm biased coming from reading Galactus in the comics. You're not. So
Right.
how did the villain seem for you? Was the stakes raised enough for you?
They were.
Okay.
And
all right, then it's just me then.
Yeah, they very much were. And a lot has to do, again, if you've seen Thunderbolts, you've seen the post-credit scenes.
Yeah.
A lot of people are complaining, well, what is the purpose of this film if we already know they're going to, quote-unquote, survive? No, there were stakes. There were very much stakes.
But,
and that was at the edge of my seat.
Yeah, and we can go ahead and, since we know that they showed up at Thunderbolts, that's not direct, that's not connected to this story.
No, it's not.
It's not, guys. So that is a, that's kind of a spoiler, but screw it.
Yeah.
It's because everyone thought, oh, well, they chose to ditch Earth.
Right.
To ditch their Earth.
It was a little bit of a misdirection if you actually think about it.
Yeah, you think about it. You think about it. Rest of the cast was solid, man. Very, very lovable.
Yeah.
All of them. All right, so you can read your review. I'm going to do a video with spoilers, but thank you, Rosa.
No, of course. No, thank you for
This is
along.
This is a really good summer blockbuster superhero movie, for sure.
Yeah. No, I agree. I absolutely loved it.
All right, catch y'all later. Keep your slam fuerte. Gracias.
Hello, everyone. This is Rosa Parra coming at you from the AMC Century City, and I am here to give you my quick thoughts on the upcoming comedy, The Naked Gun. In this entry to the franchise, just to give you a little bit of context, I watched the first 3 movies in one day. Watched it in preparation for this one. And I will be honest with you, those comedies, obviously very 80s and 90s of them, they're definitely movies that suit me. That's my type of humor that I tend to be entertained by. And I had watched the trailer for this movie. They gave us a little insight over at CinemaCon. And when I did my list of my most anticipated movies based on the presentations that we saw at CinemaCon, The Naked Gun was up there because it surprised me. I was very much looking forward to that film. So I was looking forward to watching this movie. I kind of knew what I was going to be expecting based on the trailer and based on the first 3 films. And I have to say that my face hurts. It is sore from laughing and smiling for 90 minutes straight. This movie is without a doubt, as of now, in my humble opinion, the comedy of the year. I had a blast with it. Liam Neeson, I don't know why this man does not do more comedies. He was exceptional. Very much reminiscent of what Leslie Nielsen did in the first 3 films. It's very believable that Liam Neeson is his son, his character's son, and it worked. It very much worked. Pamela Anderson, also great in this film.
And frankly, I slightly liked her a little better than I did Priscilla Presley in the first three films. And I had a blast. It was hilarious. It's the same genre. It's approached the comedy, and it didn't disappoint. It was just laughter after laughter. And again, I would suggest to watch the trailer first. If those jokes aren't your cup of tea, then the movie probably is not going to work for you. It can be dumb, it can be stupid, but also very basic with its jokes. And oftentimes we forget how just simple jokes can still work and still be effective. And and the current climate that we are right now, it's a movie that we very much need. We need 90 minutes of distraction and 90 minutes of just smiling and laughing and forgetting everything going on in the world. So that is my take. If I have to give it a score, I would probably give it like a solid 8. 8 out of 10. I can't wait to see it again. And just laugh my ass off. It's one of those films that you watch and then you walk out of it. You're still smiling. You're still trying to figure out what you just watched. You get home and you're still thinking about the movie. You're still reminiscing some of those jokes. And you just randomly laugh because it's just that freaking hilarious. I absolutely loved it. I'm going to be elaborating further in my written review over at thelatinoslant.com. So yeah, keep an eye out for that. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
Hello, everybody. This is Rosa Parra. I'm coming back from AMC The Grove. Just got out from watching an early screening of Weapons, and yeah, these are going to be my initial thoughts. And keep an eye out over at thelatinoslant.com, where I'll be writing my review and further elaborating on what I just watched. I have to say that the first 2/3 of this movie. Actually, let me let me try to emphasize that. So the story is, we all know, it's in the trailers. 17 kids from one specific class disappear. They wake up at 2:17 in the morning, walk out into the woods, never to be seen again. So the film tells the same story. However, it splits it up in 5 different viewpoints. And so we have the viewpoint of the professor, the teacher of the students who disappeared. We have the viewpoint of one of the parents of the students who disappeared, who was played by Josh Brolin. We have the viewpoint of a police officer, the viewpoint of a local citizen, the viewpoint of the principal of the school, and then ultimately the viewpoint of one of the students. And I have to say that all that buildup, all the suspense, the horror, the jump scares, there was a couple of good ones, I have to admit, that I did. I did fall for them. They were perfectly executed. The score elevated the suspense and the thrill of it all. However, those last 10 minutes of the movie, where it's the climax, everything's unfolding, everything's coming to light. The last 10 minutes just weren't able, at least for me, weren't able to hold up to all the buildup, to all the previous hour 50 minutes that we had just witnessed. It just could not do it. It was relatively underwhelming, in my humble opinion. And it definitely brought down my entire perspective and my entire experience of the film. I was in suspense. I was genuinely scared. I was trying to figure things out. Oh my God, what's going to happen? What's going on? Who did what? All only for those last 10 minutes to just like completely obliterate everything I had just seen. Did not work for me, at least those last 10 minutes. Everything else, perfectly well executed, well done. And having one of the kids narrate a good chunk of this movie also gives it a more eerie feeling to the entire film. But I have to say that for me, the ending, the conclusion, did not necessarily work for me. Therefore, it brought the movie a little bit down. It did undo a lot of the buildup. But again, I'm gonna further elaborate on my written review that you can find quite pretty soon over at thelatinoslant.com. If I have to give it a score, as of now, man, before the last 10 minutes, I was at a solid 9 out of 10. After the last 10 minutes, it brought it down to I want to say a good 7 out of 10 is where I'm sitting at right now. I need to sit with it, marinate with everything I just saw. But yeah, I think my score for now, it's a 7 out of 10. So yeah, keep an eye out over at thelatinoslant.com. And all right, I'll talk to you about next time.
All right. Coming out of Weapons. The latest from the filmmaker Barbarian. And that was freaking fantastic. That's probably one of the, I mean, it's such a great original story, characters, storytelling, acting. You don't know where it's going. You don't know how it's going to end. And oh yeah, you know, it's a horror movie, but it's also disturbing because it also has to do with the abduction of kids, the disappearance of kids. And you know, I was talking to my friend right now, is that not only has there been really good storytelling about kid abductions and about you know, even an X-File or another series or movie, you know, in the last 10 years that I'm trying to remember, but what I was telling my friend is that, you know, there's something very haunting and special about the energy of a kid, the purity and the innocence of a kid, and how that can sustain evil as far as them being able to live in this reality. So there's a lot I'm telling you, and yet a lot I'm not telling you about this story. This is a very special story, man. This is a very special movie. Fantastic. Warner Brothers has another huge hit, original, you know, and what is so also special about this, there's such unique, uncomfortable humor in this film. That's right, I said it again. There's such unique, uncomfortable humor in this film. Such great acting from Julie Gardner, Josh Brolin, Alden, and Amy Madigan. Those guys kept blowing me away. Then the kid actor, and then I believe this other, I forgot this guy's name. I heard he's from Euphoria. I've never seen him before. He plays a great character. And yes, the story is told through 5 different perspectives. And again, I had no idea how it was going to be wrapped up. I liked the payoff. I thought the payoff was outstanding. It was bonkers. It was wild. And it was satisfying. This is a great original film. One of the best of the year in that regard. It goes beyond being just a horror film. It's really special. You know, it's very different. You almost don't think you're watching a horror film in the classical sense, and yet all those little odes to horror are there. But yeah, man, this isn't gonna be a big hit. This is good. Was really entertaining. Again, hats off to the filmmaker and the cast and crew. You could catch all our coverage, including Rosa's take on the movie as well. I probably liked it a little bit more than she did. This is one of the best of the year, and another best of the year that's an original. Thank you, Hollywood. Thank you for releasing this stuff. All right, guys, let me know what you think. If you've seen the movie or you're gonna see the movie, I highly recommend it. Here from AMC Burbank, I'm out.
What's going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Latino Slant. And I'm very happy to be here on the channel once again. My name is Anthony A. Perez, and a big thanks to Paulie, for inviting me on today to talk about a film that has been raved about, I guess, for being possibly the worst film of the year, but maybe possibly one of the worst films of the last chunk of years, and that is the 2025 War of the Worlds. I'll be honest, this was never on my watch list, but the sheer tidal wave of negativity surrounding it made me curious enough to hit play, and now I get it. Directed by Rich Lee, War of the Worlds 2025 stars Ice Cube, Eva Longoria, Clark Gregg, Andrea Savage, and more. It's the latest in a long line of adaptations, reimaginings, and mockbusters inspired by the H.G. Wells novel. Over 30 versions exist if you count films, TV, radio plays, and more. This one, reportedly filmed during the COVID pandemic, is just now being released to a 0% critic score on Rotten Tomatoes and barely a double-digit audience rating. The plot? Well, when meteors strike Earth, alien machines appear, and they're feeding on digital data. Homeland Security analyst Will Radford, played by Ice Cube, teams up with his hacker son and a NASA scientist friend to shut down a secret DHS system called Goliath, which is attracting the invaders. His pregnant daughter is also on the run from the aliens, bringing scientific insight that helps uncover a biological weakness. In the end, Radford disables Goliath, cuts off their data supply, and pushes back against the government surveillance agenda. This is a screen life movie. Think Searching or Unfriended, where the entire story unfolds through the computer and phone screens that you see throughout the course of the film. When done right, it can be immersive and creative. When done wrong, well, here you go. Instead of feeling clever or tense, it comes across as cheap and static, especially given the scale of the War of the Worlds premise. And with this film, where do I even start? The production values are rough, bad CGI, awkward editing, and frequent ADR issues where the dialogue does not match the actors' lips at all. Performances are shockingly poor, with Ice Cube delivering what might be his weakest work yet, sounding like he's reading cue cards for the first time ever. Eva Longoria and Clark Gregg feel equally lost, as if no one knows what the tone of the thing that they're in is. The script is all over the place. We have government Zoom calls with the president, constant FaceTimes with family mid-crisis, and plot logic that collapses under the slightest thought. The film will have you asking a lot of questions, like why is Ice Cube's character the only person capable of this mission when there's our entire military branches available, and why does it feel like half of the movie is just filler webcam chatter? And then there's the product placement, which isn't just obvious, it's part of the plot. Ice Cube's daughter's boyfriend is an Amazon delivery driver trained to use their drones. Late in the film, when they need a USB drive to upload a virus to the aliens, the government facility doesn't have one, so they order it on Amazon. The boyfriend then flies a branded drone through an alien invaded city to deliver it in the nick of time. Subtlety? Nowhere to be found here. In the end, this isn't so bad it's good. It's just bad, uninspired, boring, and amateurish despite coming from Universal and streaming on Prime. The few unintentionally funny moments aren't enough to save it. Ultimately, it's the kind of film that reminds you what a truly bad movie looks like. So the next time someone says a divisive blockbuster is the worst ever, you can point to this and say, no, that's the worst. So that's going to be my thoughts on War of the Worlds 2025. The question is to you guys here at the Latino Slant. Are you planning on checking this film out? Have you already seen it? Whatever the case may be, leave any and all comments down below. We want to hear from you here at the Latino Slant. Stick around for more fun content here on the channel, and we'll see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye.
K-pop Demon Hunters is a movie that released on Netflix and is mainly in English, and it is now a sing-along movie in theaters. Let me tell you, let me give you my impressions first, like about how it made me feel afterwards. I love big fantasy stories with heroes, good and evil, and well-written characters, little humor, and to feel uplifted. This has it all. This has it all. What a great pace. What great characters. What great humor, which I was surprised that I would get the humor so well. It's really geared towards a global audience. Here's what else that I love as a person who really is a song and dance guy and loves musicals. This had great songs. I mean, they are so catchy that you're singing them in your car or when you're away from it. And granted, I've only seen this movie once. I rewatched the beginning a little bit as well. But my overall take at the end of this is that I felt great. And these are wonderful characters. So the story, without spoiling it for you guys, is the story of three women that are in a band that are singers. And it is a handed down duty that they have to protect people, to protect, from evil, from the demons, right? That want to come and take over. There's a balance, that they have. And their guise is that they are this huge K-pop band and they have throngs of fans. And when you sing, that their energy is used to fight off evil, which I love. That's actually, if you guys know my writing and know the book that I've written and the world that I've created, I got those very same elements. Is that when you put harmonic voices together, that can really fight off evil. And you can also do that in a devious way where there is a contingency in K-pop Demon Hunters where they do that to brainwash and convert those people who had their souls being filled with love from Huntress, which is the name of the female group, to the bad side. Because at the end of the day, the demon king wants the souls of everybody so he can come and thrive and take over. That's really it. And I'm all in for stuff like that. That's really the story, It just moves at such a nice pace. There is a big twist with the lead character of Rumi. The three girls are named Rumi, Mira, and Zoe. And I there's something to love about each one of them. There really is. And I will tell you this. It's not that I was forced to watch this. I know we had Jen super chat and give us so much to support that go and review this. But it wasn't on my list to see. It took me a minute. And you know what? I'm so happy I did. Because it's really one of the treats of this year for me. Let's get back to these three girls. They're handed down the same power from other generations of singers before them, because many generations ago, it was the first humans that stood up against the demons to start standing up and fighting against evil. And then that kind of like morphed, and then they got these powers. So that was really cool. I love stuff like that. And again, I even write on those themes. So there are like strong themes that I really connected with. Great twist again with this lead that I don't want to give away, but it's such an interesting twist because she also has a male counterpart of a male K-pop band that everyone's got their demons. Everyone has something to hide. with the shame of maybe their own behavior or the behavior of their families. And that's in this. And I really, really connected with that. And that was really how they, at the end, overcame without giving any story away. So I see why this movie is such a big hit. You know, at the end of the day, it just makes you cheer, it makes you feel good, and you're singing along and you love these characters. Couldn't ask for more. So that's my really, if I could say, impressions, reactions. It's not really a review because I'm not breaking any scenes down or spoiling any story for you guys. I want you guys to enjoy this. And listen, if music is not your thing, I get it. I still say there's a good story there for you to watch. The humor is on point, and that is K-pop Demon Hunters, my non-spoiler review.
Hey everybody, this is Anthony A. Perez coming at you for the Latino Slant as I just got back from an early screening of The Long Walk, the newest Stephen King adaptation directed by Francis Lawrence, who you'll know from things like I Am Legend, Constantine, and the Hunger Games films since Catching Fire. The cast includes people like Cooper Hoffman, David Johnson, Mark Hamill, and more, and this one had my attention the second I saw the trailer. It looked dark, unique, and very character-driven. The story is simple but brutal. In a dystopian US, 50 teenage boys are forced into an annual walking contest. Drop below 3 miles per hour 3 times and you're executed. The walk doesn't stop until only one remains, earning wealth and any wish they want. What really stood out for me is how stripped down the filmmaking is. Outside of military vehicles, some props, and gore effects, it's basically just a bunch of guys walking on a road. It's focused on characters, dialogue, and tension, and it works. Cooper Hoffman and David Johnson are the standouts, with Johnson especially giving a performance that kept me hooked. Mark Hamill also chews up the scenery as the authoritarian major, and you can tell he's having fun playing a villain. The film hits on themes of survival, authoritarianism, exploitation of youth, identity, and even the spectacle of violence, since The Walk is televised and treated like entertainment. And I think that Francis Lawrence was a perfect fit for this film because of the tone and the world and how it's very much in line with The Hunger Games. Now I'll be honest, the ending will divide people. It leaves things a little ambiguous, and I both liked it and questioned whether or not it undercut what came before. It was also a little bit predictable in spots. There were a few slow patches and some characters I wish had been developed more, but overall, I found The Long Walk to be a tense, thought-provoking, and really well-acted movie that I'd easily recommend checking out. And if you want a more in-depth review, head on over to the Latino Slant website where you can find my full thoughts on the film. But the question to all of you guys is, are you planning on checking this one out?
Okay, so just got out of Downton Abbey, the grand finale. There's a Q&A, so members are going to get the Q&A video. Here's my out of the theater reaction. This is a wonderful film. This is such a great film, not only for the fans of Downton Abbey, but just for great storytelling, great characters, actors who've been working on this with these characters for 18 years. The writing, the storytelling, I cried a few times. I laughed a lot. When you have actors like Paul Giamatti as a supporting character, you know that this is a great cast. People want to be a part of it, and this is especially true in regards to storytelling nowadays. And it's real busy. As far as as far as going to see movies that value entertaining you guys. And even the actors were saying that like we love entertaining the fans of this show. This is such a great movie if you just love wonderful stories, wonderful characters, and then tough stories in regards to letting things go, the next chapter, a new generation, new times, kind of like taking over from the old. So this is going to be a huge hit this is going to be a huge hit. This is absolutely a wonderful movie. There's so much going on as far as just like, again, I can't stress enough great storytelling, great writing. Julian Fellows knows and loves and honors all his characters, which, it's a treat, man. It's a treat. This movie, this legacy of the 3 films now, this is the best film. And these films are really good. And the 6 seasons, what an incredible legacy of great storytelling. And hats off to Julian Fellows and the cast and crew. I got to take a few pictures with Alan Leach and Joanne Froggatt. So I'm a happy man. And we really need movies like this right now in regards to just storytelling that is almost like comfort food, a little shocking, and a lot of heart. That's my reaction to Downton Abbey grand finale. Are you guys going to see it? Let me know, because I highly recommend it. Yeah, not going to lie, I got pretty teary-eyed at the end. Take care, everyone. AKA Charlie Sheen is a new documentary that is on Netflix. It's a 2-parter. I think it's around 2 hours total, parts 1 and 2. And I just finished watching it. And I have to tell you guys that I broke down several times towards the end of this story. So why, Paulie? Why? So if you see my glass eyes, my watery eyes, but let me just back up. Because I want to talk about the entertainment value of this, AKA Charlie Sheen documentary. It works on, I'd say, 3 major levels. The cinema history, the history of Charlie Sheen, the actor, and all the movies and stuff he's in, stuff he missed, all that stuff. The acting family he's a part of, Martin Sheen, Emilio Estevez. Charlie's original name was Carlos, Carlos Estevez. And there's a cute little story about how he changed the name. It works on that level because there's so much from early 80s all the way up until now, cinema and television history connected to the storytelling, where you have people from Sean Penn, his brother Rene Estevez, Denise Richards, his ex-wife, John Cryer. Then you have secondary footage, because Martin Sheen and Emilio did decline to be part of this particular documentary. But you have a lot of footage from them, secondary wise. So on that, it's highly entertaining because you're like, wow, he was supposed to be the Karate Kid, but his dad made him keep his word about another acting job, so stuff like that, which is really cool. Then it works as a complete voyeuristic watching pleasure on pins and needles, turn to anxiety, turn into shock again, relief, shock again, and then a final cathartic moment of watching a human life self-destruct. And we as people, as humans, we can't help but watch uh, a traffic accident, a train wreck, and it works very well, very well. The filmmakers are just absolutely the reason why it works so well is, and I heard Charlie talking about this in some interviews, is that it is 100%. He has nothing to hide, and from hilarious to, as far as, oh man, crazy Hollywood stories, partying and all that stuff, to just some repulsive behavior and repulsive um situations and scenarios that he doesn't hold back. And he had said, I hope that this is going to help other people. Finally, it works and hits really close to home for me as a man who's been sober for 10 years from alcoholism, because it hit hard, man. It hit me really hard. I was surprised how much AA program methodology, like, just, like, was in this. I was not expecting this, and it really really spoke to me. So on that level, on those three major levels, it's just very satisfying. And on those three levels, and I didn't even talk about, the whole thing of the Latino Catholic family that he comes from, and and, just amazing, and, very very loving, and also very driven father he has. And it's just remarkable. It's a remarkable documentary. If I did not know more of Charlie, I'm so glad I do now, to where I can say I love this man even more. And so when you check it out, you have all those to look forward to, and whatever. Not everyone's a recovering alcoholic and working the 12 steps. That's all good. Not everyone worked in the business or cares about um uh family, excuse me, film, trivia and all that stuff. Uh, but everyone has a story to tell, and nobody's perfect. So there's so many points of storytelling that you can relate to. I also got a little respect back for Champagne and his other friends that never turned their back on him. God bless those guys. It was very moving. So, it's got great interviews. It's very sweeping, like I said, from all the people that they interview. We're talking ex-wives, we're talking ex-drug dealers, ex-coworkers. It's absolutely riveting. But I want to leave you with this, because here's the magic. After so many decades of him using, he realized that drinking alcohol was the worst of it all, besides all the other stuff you're going to see. And he realized that his kids are getting older to an age where they're going to need him. Like, they called upon him. There's a story where his young daughters, 12 or 13 at the time, called him and needed a ride, and he was so high, he doesn't drink and drive. So he had his best friend, Tony Todd, I believe that's his name, who was a family member, who's like a family friend since they were kids. But it hit him on the ride home that the daughter was wondering why Uncle Tony was driving and why he's here. And that, for him, clicked that the only way that I'm going to be there for my kids is if I stop drinking. So I believe now he's got 10 years, maybe 8 to 10 years. And he said something so moving, which I practice every day, guys. He says, I am no longer the star of my story. The co-stars in my life are the ones who I live for. They're the ones. It's all about them. And it rocked me, like a lot of things were rocking me in this. So true, because our whole ism that is wrecked, so many of our friendships, relationships, loving friend, family relationships as well, is that everything was always about Charlie. Everything was always about the alcoholic. It all fed into his ego. It all fed into his ism. And he finally figured it out. And that, when you practice that every day, that is the magic sauce, guys. It's the magic sauce for self-esteem, for sobriety, for enlightenment, for love, for your connection with your higher power, in my case with God and Jesus. That if I today make other people my priority, I'll be happier. I won't obsess over small problems or big problems, which will lead me to drink or use, possibly, for today. And boy, when he said those words, and then he talked about his father and how they're at a place of harmony. I'm there with my dad because we didn't have that for a long time. And we have a place of harmony. And it that's another thing that sobriety gives you, is these gifts. So listen, I'm not going to go down my story here. I just want you to know how this profoundly touched me, this documentary on Charlie Sheen. And I was not expecting this. So those are my honest feelings. And he talked about something in regards to, as far as the putrid toilet of the world that we're living in. My problems are good problems. There's nothing compared to, and he's so right. And that is the magic, right? Is, listen, I'm sober, I'm there for my family, and his family members are like, it's a miracle. And in that, when you're of that mindset every day, you're putting sober days together, become months, become weeks, become months, months become years. So you're doing living amends. They talk about that towards the end, and then you're working it, man. And it's very inspiring, guys. And I think men in particular, you're going to really, really take away a lot from this. It's not your typical, hey man, I was a big star, then I'm a burnout, but now I'm back, bullshit bio doc. There's some profound truths, and there's a lot of points of storytelling that from the 80s, 90s, 2000s to social media that we all can take away from. All right, guys, let me know what you guys think. I hope that you guys see this documentary. Of course, I highly recommend it. I'm a huge fan of the Sheens, and I I cannot wait. I cannot wait for a Charlie Sheen new movie. Anyways, I don't know what I'm saying. I'm in a mix right now of coming out from breaking down, like being a blabbering crybaby, to a place of elation from this story. All right. I hope you're well. Wherever you're at, keep your slam fuerte. Gracias.
Hey everybody, this is Anthony A. Perez coming at you for the Latino Slant. A big thanks to Paulie for inviting me on once again today to talk about the film Him. This is an interesting one because this is a film a lot of people have had the misconception of thinking that it's directed and written by Jordan Peele, who of course has directed fantastic horror films over the course of the last decade, but instead he's a producer on this film, and his production company Monkey Paw Productions is in collaboration with Universal Pictures for the release of this film. The film is actually directed by Justin Tipping and stars people like Marlon Wayans and Tyreek Withers. And you have Tyreek Withers playing Cameron Cade, a rising young quarterback who unfortunately has an accident happen to him that ends up making him think that his career is over. Eventually, he ends up getting a lifeline that's extended to him by a legendary quarterback who's aging and looking to pass the torch, who's played by Marlon Wayans. That is the character of Isaiah White. And what you have after that is a new up-and-coming rising star training under the elite big leader of this space, who is having to question whether or not he has what it takes and what he's willing to sacrifice to become the greatest of all time, or as the title suggests, to become him, to become the GOAT. And so I'll start this off by saying that I was pretty excited for this film going in, and I think visually this film is a feast for the eyes, having some great cinematography that's done by Keira Kelly. It also has some great moments of lighting. And overall, I think this is a very well-crafted film. It has a great sound design, great musical score throughout the course of the film, and is all elevated by great costume design, set design, and all of those different things. And is even more so elevated by great performances, specifically from Tyreek Withers and Marlon Wayans, with the supporting cast also giving great performances. Visually, again, this film is a feast for the eyes. But narratively, I found this film to be fairly one note, very simple, very surface level. A lot of times in the modern day, when you go to watch a new movie, there tends to be a conversation of, oh man, the trailer showed way too much, or I feel like I saw the whole movie because of the trailer. In the case of this film, there is a similar feeling, but not because of the fact that the trailer showed you everything and showed you all the story beats. Instead, it feels like you leave this movie feeling like you pretty much got what the trailer sold you on. A story about a guy being pushed towards whether or not he has what it takes to become the greatest. And the story never really takes it anywhere further than that. Outside of some great moments of visual elements, narratively, the story did feel a little bit all over the place. As we jump around, the characters' temperaments are consistently changing. There's a lot of dream sequences in the film and moments that are meant to make you feel like, is this happening or not happening? All for it to be revealed at the end in a way that kind of feels underwhelming. And all of this leads up to a finale that's bombastic and crazy, I think more so for the sake of having the audience walk away from the film saying, what did I just watch? And less so because it's a film that really knew how to bring together its entire story. I do think there are elements about this film to enjoy. It's by no means a horrible film, nor is it a film I think people will flat out hate. I think there's a lot of people who are athletes or somebody who is chasing a dream of becoming the greatest in their field who will likely be able to relate to the main character of this film. But when it comes down to the overall film, I think it just left something to be desired and ultimately kind of fizzled out to me in a film that has far more style than it does substance. So that's going to be my quick thoughts on Him. Definitely let us know down below. Are you planning on checking out this film? Have you already checked it out? Whatever the case may be, we look forward to hearing your thoughts. And stay tuned for more great content here on the Latino Slant.
All right. Getting out of the theater. Just saw one battle after another. And listen, the movie's too long. I was really surprised with the pacing problems for me. I didn't think I would have that in a Paul Thomas Anderson film starring Leonardo DiCaprio, Benicio del Toro, Tiana Taylor, Regina Hall, and Infinity Chase, I believe, Chase Infinity debut. Let me just give you the positives first, as I already gave you a negative with the pacing of the film. So great actors. Really doing the best with the material that they had. Leonardo's always going to give you 100%. And, you know, he's so charismatic that you're really kind of like, where is this, like, where is he going with this character? I think ultimately for me, okay, anything else? That's really it. There was some clever stuff happening with some of the storytelling, but ultimately in the third act, for me, it didn't come together. It actually got very elementary and just, kind of silly. Ultimately, as well, one side of the, like, everyone's not a really good person except for the daughter Willa, right? Let me just we'll just leave that at there. So no one's like, no one's perfect on both sides of this equation, as by now Sean Penn is kind of on the military authoritative side, and Leonardo and company, they're ex resistance fighters, where they would kind of bomb banks and targeted places. So not only was not everyone good, but only one side really got justice in the end, in regards to they're just dudes, and I don't want to super spoil it for you, but it was almost the side of because there was no loss in the end on Leo's side and in his character. I was wondering, what the hell was this all about? What were the stakes? Because if it's just like, he's gonna save his daughter, but him and his wife, they really did some awful things. So was the awful thing that the wife couldn't be part of her upbringing? And but at the end, there was kind of like, you go get him and you become the next, maybe you can change the world. I failed. It's like, well, you didn't fail. You basically became a rat murderer. So I was just like, what's the let me get some light. What's the lesson here? So I was very disappointed, because P.T. Anderson always has very complex storylines, and the characters, there's always one character you can really attach to, and I didn't like any of these characters at all. Yeah. I mean, I'm glad I saw it, just because now I know what the hype with Hollywood is, that they're gonna find this so important because of the times, and you could use current issues as a device to further your storyline. But again, if you're saying that this father and daughter are like the heart of this story, which they should be, it falls flat. It fell very flat for me in the third act. And again, I was just disappointed in the storytelling, ultimately not caring for these characters. So it also says to me that Hollywood, in making this more important in what it's saying, which I could see from their point of view, but it's at the expense of storytelling, of escapism, where that should be in the background. Because this is all, everything about this film, there's nothing like, as far as like factual, real people, real names. It's not like the Killing Fields, where the background was, this massacre of these people and then trying to get out, or oh God, what's the other one? You're Living Dangerously, where the journalists are, it's about them and their relationship stories, and in the background it is, a revolution going on. This was like a kind of limousine leftist wet dream. with no substance, right? And of course, all the people of color are, you know, destitute. They're either in prison, they're either locked up, or, you know, or it was just very frustrating. And I really wanted to give it I believe gave it a fair bias shot. Again, the biggest thing that surprised me was the bad storytelling, the pacing. It looked fine. I don't see how this movie was made for that much money. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. So, yeah. Well, not one of my favorite movies of the year, but I'm glad I saw it. Let me know what you guys think. Check out our other Out of the Theater reviews. Wherever you're at, Keeper Slam Fuerte. We'll keep on talking about this one because bet on this. Hollywood and the award seasons are going to make this one their darling. Peace. Addendum. The humor in this film was very hit and miss. Benicio del Toro was charming in his role, and he had this whole thing with, he called it the Latino Underground Railroad for undocumented people. Again, none of those devices bother me if it propels a storyline. You know, it just, again, even Benicio's character at the end of the film had a very silly ending scene for his character that was just a completely flat, and the humor was really hit and miss, and I was trying to see this film as everything is absurd, and I know P.T. Anderson was going for that absurdity, which I appreciate, because really it is on all sides. But the heart of the story did not have the emotional and kind of authentic, but not just ending, but again, where is the consequence of these characters, right? I can understand the young girl's character, and, you know, she was an innocent, and up until she finds everything out towards the end of the film, but, you know, it was very unrealistic, very silly as far as that third act, man. That third act just completely fell apart. All right, I think I've given you guys a lot to chew on. And once again, I think the actors did great jobs with the work, with what they had. And you know, let me guys know what you guys think. Okay, that's it. Oh, Hollywood. Oh, Hollywood. Walking out of Tron Ares in 3D with my buddy Wong and and Desiree. That's probably, I'm going to be very honest with you guys. It's one of the worst films that I've seen this year. The first hour was a complete assault on the senses, in that there's literally no dialogue going on, very little information, and it's just one just smashed scene after the other, one just like set up and destroy, and everyone's bogan, looking good, and, you know, sure, it looks beautiful, but, you know, I honestly thought it was gonna have, like, you know, more incredible sets, you know, but basically it's this, and then they come into our reality. So this movie's silly, and it's not silly in an entertainment way. It wasn't entertaining for me. There was like maybe a couple of minutes where I was entertained. The first hour, it almost put me to sleep, and it put some of my other friends to sleep as well. The second hour picked up only because there were some member berries and Jeff Bridges makes his appearance. But other than that, I mean, this is game over. Game over. What else? Overload. Fail. You know, what's funny is that it's just so unoriginal in any of the new ideas that it had. Hey, the actors are the actors. You can't blame anything on the actors. They're doing their best, but I was very disappointed. I actually didn't think it was this beautiful looking film that had some cool effects, but it didn't spend time in the Dillinger world like I wanted it to, and definitely when we got to Tron 82 world, which was cool. This is like in the second hour, and it was, again, it started pulling like bad dialogue from, like a script that was thrown away from Yoda and Luke Skywalker talking, instead of as Jeff Bridges doing the dude, doing Flynn, and Jared Leto doing his thing. And I just rewatched the Tron movies. Check out my review. I'll have it pinned at the end of this video. And it's a shell. It's not even. It's just a shell of what those movies really are, and the imagination behind them, and what it was saying about humanity. Okay, that's what I got, man. I can't recommend it. I cannot. And but that's me. If you enjoy it, go ahead, do your thing. Check out my other out of the theater reviews. It's been a while since I've done one, but this is my honest thoughts. Thanks, man. Coming out of the theater for Kiss of the Spider Woman, and I really liked it. I'm gonna agree with Rosa in her review on our website, in that it is disjointed in some parts, and the third act really just kind of kicks into a straight drama, which I liked even more. But let me go back, because this movie is definitely not for everyone. If you don't like musicals, okay? If you have a problem with gay presentations on film, there's nothing that I can do about that or say that, because that's what it's in the movie. It's always been in the story. It actually goes back to the novel even more. So in that sense, it's a far more riveting story of two men in prison, and everything they go through during the 80s of Argentina at that time. Diego's character is a political prisoner, and Tonan too, and we're going to talk about him in a second, is a gay man who was in there for, of that nature. They threw him in there. So it's a great premise, because two complete opposites coming together as people in a relationship, and yes, later on towards the end of the movie, as lovers. So I didn't buy Diego at first, but he definitely got better towards the end. Now, that's kind of like the story in real time in the real reality of 1983 in Argentina. Then there's this whole other element of the musical, and the device they use is Molina tells Diego's character his favorite musicals of the day, and this one was Kiss of the Spider Woman. So every time he tells that story, we go to the Technicolor musical, and oh man, it is awesome. It is awesome. You really get to see Jennifer Lopez shine. She doesn't have any dialogue. She's just singing. She has these numbers where she's in obviously in different costumes and different outfits, and it is really spectacular. I probably see her getting some sort of musical nomination, if anything. And she was very impressive. And yeah, she was gorgeous. She actually did the splits. I was like, wow, she was hot. So I think what's really interesting is that because it's a mixture of the musical and the drama, it's unlike the 80s film, and it's unlike going to see a musical. One could say it doesn't work. I think it's fine. And again, I think it's very unique as far as a movie. There's not a lot of movies like this. Okay, so the cons is that the pacing's off, it is disjointed, and Diego Luna is, I wouldn't say my number one choice I would have picked, but that's okay. So now, let's talk about Tonan 2. Tonan 2 is, I'm really, well, I was very taken away with his performance. I'm not gonna lie. He's a very unique talent. This accomplishes what Hollywood wanted Emilia Perez to accomplish, but it does it in a riveting storytelling way that is vulnerable, unapologetic, confident, beautiful, entertaining. That other movie did not do. Tonan 2 does this. And really, Tonan 2 is the star of this movie. It's not Jennifer Lopez. It's not Diego Luna. It's Tonan 2. Without him, there's no movie. So I was just like, wow. This, when you think star-making performance, this is it. When's the last time a complete unknown just blew your socks off as a lead of a major film? And what he was doing in the film, you needed an actor who's so versatile with his emotions, with his with the different styles of acting, with singing, with dance, because yes, he sings and dances also. This is it, man. So again, if you're not interested in any of those elements, just know this is a very well done film. It's a very tasteful film in regards to some of the adult content. And there's also like, assassinations and killings and all that stuff, because it is a political time. So if any of that invites you, I say go out and see it in the theater, because especially the musical numbers, it's beautiful to look at. And that's Kiss of the Spider Woman, directed by Bill Condon, who also did Chicago. So it is a great looking film. And again, even the filter's different of them being in prison, 1983 Argentina, then going to the musical. They're two different films. They even look differently. So yeah, for me, I absolutely loved it. But I know it's not going to be for everybody. I'm just being honest. So that's my out of the theater review. Take it for what it is, and check out our other reviews. We'll do a short talk on Tonan 2. Wherever you're at, keep your plan fuerte. Take care. Kiss of the Spider Woman.
So I did not do one of these last night after I saw a press screening of Frankenstein. Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein is coming to the big screen very briefly before it heads to Netflix. I guess in summary, I could say that I enjoyed this movie. I liked it, but I did not love it. That's not a huge knock on the movie. I thought it was very well done. It just didn't grab me like I think I was hoping that it might. The acting was fine. Oscar Isaac was fine. Jacob Elordi, I was very surprised at how tall he was. I did not realize how tall he was. I thought it was a trick they were doing with the cameras, and maybe some of it was, but the dude's tall, y'all. I thought he did pretty good as the monster, the creature. I did have some issues with certain liberties that were taken with the original source material. That might be a little unfair, but they did change pretty dramatically the character types of Frankenstein and the monster. Frankenstein himself is played as much more of a villainous type than the creature is. The creature is presented pretty much as completely sympathetic, which I get. I understand that. I'm not necessarily complaining about that because he was, I mean, geez, you do feel for him, and Jacob Elordi pulled that off pretty well. But some things that the creature did in the original novel were not sympathetic. There was a lot of gray area with the creature, and in the movie, not so much. So they kind of switched up the way the characters were, but that's not a huge complaint. It's just kind of like, oh, okay. But the set design I really liked. I like the cinematography. This is a very well shot film, and it does deserve to be watched on the big screen. So if it comes to your area, if you like Del Toro, go check it out. But I would say maybe temper your expectations a little. This is No Pan's Labyrinth, which I recently did a review of because it came back to the big screen. However, this is definitely something worth your time if this is the type of film that is up your alley. I would say check it out. And I think you'll probably like it. I do have some more nitpicks, but I'm not going to get into that now. I'll delve more into that on my full-length video review. It is supposed to be hitting theaters on a limited basis this weekend, and next week I think it's going to be nationwide. It's going to be on the big screen like a week, 2 weeks, and then it's headed to Netflix. So if you have Netflix, you'll be able to see it at some point soon. But if you can, go check it out in the theaters. All right, you guys, those are my thoughts on Frankenstein. Nos vemos. Hey, everyone. It's been a bit since I've done an out-of-the-theater reaction, so yeah, I'm a little rusty at this. But I just got out of the first screening for Black Phone on Thursday preview day, and I went in a tad concerned that it wasn't going to hold up, wasn't going to be as good as the first. And I still feel like the first is better, but I have to say, just gut reaction to it, having just walked out of the theater, I thought that it was a pretty solid follow-up. I'm not sure how I feel about some of the plot points in the story because they get into a little bit more about their mother, and you find out there's a more extensive history there than what we were given in the first story, the first movie, and then also a more extensive history of the grabber. I didn't watch any trailers for this, so I had no idea what was going to be up. I just knew it was something more supernatural than the first one because the grabber is now dead, so he's got powers from the supernatural realm. And you know, in a lot of ways, this almost felt like a Nightmare on Elm Street type of movie. It reminded me of Dream Warriors a little bit because the little girl, the younger sister, they're not little anymore, she gets further and further into her dream state. And so it becomes very serious and dangerous. And I thought that was interesting. I also liked that it delved into kind of I don't know if PTSD is the accurate term here, but what Finn is dealing with, it still haunts him, what happened. And because of that, his life is kind of taken a turn. I wouldn't say for the worse, but he's not coping very well. Let's just say that. So I liked that they touched on that. Reminded me a bit of how they dealt very much with the trauma that Laurie was dealing with in Halloween 2018. I also liked the continuation of the great relationship between the brother and the sister, that bond that they have and the love that they have with each other, even though they bickered sometimes. And it was really cool to see Demian Bichir in here. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing his name right, but I know who he is. He's a Mexican actor. I'm pretty familiar with some of the stuff he's been in. So it's always been cool to see him in American movies, whatever, English-speaking movies. I thought he did great in here. And so, yeah, overall, I enjoyed it. I don't know what sort of reception it's going to get from the official critics or from the audience. I think audience members will probably like it okay. I don't know if they'll love it as much as the first movie, but for me, it was a pretty enjoyable experience. I liked also that there was still some of that humor that we saw in the first movie. And the little girl with her mouth on her, oh my gosh. She's funny. So yeah, that's kind of a quick summary of my thoughts on Black Phone 2. I'm going to go home and work on a full review, get a written review ready for the Latino slant. So I've got a lot of work to do. So I'm going to go ahead and sign off for now, you guys. Adios.
Okay, this is the entrance to the famous Egyptian theater where we're going to watch Frankenstein. I mean, this is a theater I only come to about maybe once or twice a year. I'm part of the American Cinematheque, but I just don't get out there. Look at the fun artwork. This has been restored. And this is the walkway entrance. They have a lot of big events here and stuff like that. So, all right. All right, just getting out of the theater, the Egyptian theater for Frankenstein, Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein, and saw it with Romy, as you guys know, and her words were stunning, beautiful movie, and that's to put it lightly. I know it really emotionally affected her as it did me, but to say that this is a work of art is it's like that's barely scratching the surface. This is Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein, right? In this 2.5 hour epic, it's everything that you're familiar with Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. It's all in there, but completely in a new wrapping, if that makes sense. And Guillermo did a beautiful job of doing that, because it's not just the same copy and paste Frankenstein. That just wouldn't make sense. I mean, he could do it, but he chose not to. He made it its own beautiful creation. It's deeply profound, beautifully acted. Oscar Isaac was just incredible. Jacob Elordi, incredible. Mia Goth, everyone. Good God, what a stunning film. This is a movie you need to see in a theater. Now, we did not get to see the 35mm print. We did get to see it in digital display. That's just because of the change that the theater gave us. But you know what? It was freaking gorgeous. And this is so back to the movie. It's such superior storytelling in regards to just laying out the scene of a movie, the scene of the story, the characters in a completely different yet familiar way. It's like a great cover of a very famous song that you recognize, and yet it's different, but you recognize it, yet it's different. And then there's this whole thing with, okay, the monster, right? And I don't want to super spoil it, but you can see from the trailers was that he was able to regenerate rather quickly from gunshots. There's a whole thing there that I thought it was great. I know some people might have a problem with it, but I thought it was a great twist to the Frankenstein story. What else? Of course, the art design, the art direction. This thing is gonna get a lot of praise. I want to see it again. It was really just beautifully entertaining. And okay, so let's get to the let's get to some of the violence and the action. It's throughout. It's not continuous. It's not gratuitous, and it's very powerful. And again, I go back to this whole idea of the profundity of men playing God and creating so we can live an immortal life. And it's a blessing and a curse to this monster. And who is the real monster? It's all there. And it's just a wonderful... It's a wonderful time to see something beautiful and entertaining as this. Okay, I think that's it as far as my reaction. And we are going to check out the channel, because we're definitely going to have a further panel discussion very soon. I'm hoping to see it again, but I'm so glad I got to see it with Romy here at the Gromans Egyptian. And again, it was just so beautifully done in her words. It was very emotional for her. Jacob Elordi has created one of the greatest creature performances in horror. And, you know, Romy, in regards to, I think his performance really moved her because it reminded her of an old goth friend that has passed away. And I get it, man. I get it. So I wanted to throw that in there. Hats off to Guillermo and to everyone on this film. Okay, for more reactions and all that stuff, stay tuned. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel, Latino Slant. Thanks so much for watching this. Peace. Okay, stepping out of Demon Slayer, Infinity Castle. And listen, this was an odyssey to watch. It was a blitzkrieg of action. It was operatic. It was, I don't even know what I expected. I'm so in love with the television show, and I realized I got to see this movie before it leaves the theaters. And so there was obviously some characters that I didn't recognize, and a lot I did. Let's see if I can get out of here. So, you know, there was so much detail to story. Such great, compelling action, but it wasn't mindless because everything has purpose. I mean, we're talking about at the basic level with the Tanjiro is his humanity and mercy for the villains that he's fighting. And I honestly believe it's because of that, those villains kind of remember their human side, the demons, and that ultimately is their downfall. And you know, they get defeated, they go to hell. I mean, but there's so much story, even in the storytelling of the demons. I just kept getting blown away by everyone's just epic stories. It was just breathtaking, man. Just breathtaking. It's one of the best films of the year, like animated or not. It just the scope and here's a story, because with Infinity Castle, it's kind of like this endless labyrinth of it's just an endless labyrinth of demons, different levels of demons, and you're just like, it's just never gonna end. And it's a total cliffhanger. So you're just like, good God. So there's more story to tell, because really the story ends by Tanjiro killing one of the highest demons he's ever killed. And so that was just that was just fantastic, man. It was just again, it left me really speechless. I'm so happy I saw it on the huge screen, because it's so damn gorgeous to look at. And like I said, at the end of the day, you know, it's Tanjiro's grace and mercy that really makes these epic good and evil clashes, and the just so special, so different. So this had everything, and then the martial arts was just something else too. and the stories behind all these different characters. It just makes me want to finish getting through the television series, because there's some things that I noticed in the evolution of some of the characters from season 1, and some characters that are not there. So I'm like, what's going on? But I kind of left that behind, because it throws you right into the action, right into these characters, and but it is an odyssey. And what I loved is that, thank God, it had so many intimate, quiet moments in people's backstories, in people's memories. These memories, man, of demons, when they are made to remember who they were, it just kills them, it guts them. So yeah, big enthusiastic, like, especially if you guys like anime. I mean, but if you love martial arts and you love lessons of life and fathers and sons and respect and finding your place and family, it's all there. Okay, walking into the theater for the first time ever to see on the big screen S.S. Rajamouli's Baahubali, the epic cut. I'm gonna do a full review, reaction. I don't know if I'll have an intermission, I'm hoping. And then we'll get right to it as soon as I walk out. Super excited. I've seen the original part 1 and 2 only on Netflix. I've yet to see it on a big screen, and that is why I'm braving this early screening of it. And also too, S.S. Rajamouli is a guy that got me into Indian cinema with RRR, so super excited. We're gonna have the Cinemark XD screen, so I'm excited for the high quality and the cut. Let's go. Okay, there is an intermission, 10-minute intermission. Absolutely insane cut. This is like their greatest hits. They're crispy, the most intense. And instead of that storylines of like the first part 1 is, you know, almost 3 hours. They're giving you really clean narrative, voiceovers to speed up the part 1 of the story. Now, I'm gonna put up a photo as well. Intermission, WKKB, why Kapala killed Baahubali. You don't need to wait 2 years. It's just 10 minutes, so let's get back into it. But man, that's pretty amazing. It is amazing. Okay, just got out of the theater, and here's my first reactions with Baahubali, the epic cut. This is one of the greatest storytelling films ever. This is Ben-Hur level. You know, also too, I think with this edit, it really hyper focused the love story. Having seen this already, it's 2 separate films. Basically, it's about 6 hours condensed into 4 hours. It for lack of better words, it just edited out the fat. This is such a treasure. S.S. Rajamouli put this edit together. It's one of the greatest films I've seen. I just can't, I'm speechless. And Prabhas is, all right, go see it, guys. Highly recommend. Getting out of Predator's Badlands. You know, I gotta tell you right away, I really like this film. I love that it's short, not because, thank you. Not because I was bored at all, no, quite the opposite, but it says a lot, a runtime, that it's confident with what it has, and it doesn't have to fill in with a lot of fluff and fodder. And this is actually the opposite of what Tron Ares is, which is really interesting, because you have 2 movies that came out within the same amount of time that are old IPs from the 80s. And what Trachtenberg does with this film is he gives it a complete rehaul as far as the Predator stories, because the Predator stories, they've all been done before to this point. Here he totally takes it another route. And as you know by now, is that the lead Predator is a runt of the litter. He is deformed. He is, in a sense, not fully grown. And what does a litter do with that? They just don't survive. So fantastic setup. And Elle Fanning, I got a thing for Elle Fanning, so I might be a little biased, but I think she was great, and she's a wonderful presence in this. I love the humor. Again, this is another wonderful, ambitious take, is the humor, because there was no humor like Tron Ares, but that just takes itself so seriously. Such awful storytelling. This is the opposite. It is simple, to the point, so entertaining, especially that beginning. And I had a blast, man. This is probably one of the surprises of the year for me as far as sci-fi, fantasy, action films. This is a great way also, too, to kick off the fall. I was really, really having a ball with this. I almost wish... you know what? Perfect runtime. Great cliffhanger as far as what they were presenting at the end. I love this whole idea of, your blood don't want you. You make your own clan. Fantastic. Great stuff. And the action was fun. You could see where they put in the money. That was well worth it. And I recommend it, man. I highly recommend it, as far as especially if you're a Predator fan, that just, you want to see it go other places. And that's what this movie clearly does. And again, if you love Elle Fanning, you're going to like it even more. Such a cutie. And yeah, that's it. Check out my other Out of the Theater reviews here on the channel. And make sure you guys are subscribed. Gracias. Adios. The Smashing Machine by director Benny Safdie, starring Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, Emily Blunt, Bass Rutten, and Ryan Bader. Finally got around to seeing this movie, this biopic on a now famed pioneer MMA fighter of the 90s, Mark Kerr. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you my reaction to this film, and I'm going to, in telling you my reaction to this film, I will also explain why it was not a commercial success. But before I do that, hope you guys are doing well. Defund the Thought Police t-shirts, man. Look at that. Look at them babies. Look at them babies. On sale now at our merch. We'll have the link in the video box description pinned for you guys. Up to 20% off now on the website. Hit the link, all that good stuff. Great durable shirts, and also just a great gift, coffee cups as well. Okay, so this tells the story of about 3-4 years in the life of Mark Kerr in his very first fights going into MMA, mixed martial arts, primarily in Japan. They're called Pride. It was called Pride. And think of Battle Royale. You win. Maybe you fight the next later on that night, and you keep going. It was a very brutal, very amazing display of martial arts, kind of like the old Battle Royales of Japan. Hey. So Ryan Bader plays his best friend, Mark Coleman, and Emily Blunt plays his girlfriend and then turned wife. This just covers about 3 to 4 years to where he's fighting his first biggest fights, and then he is getting addicted to drugs, and then him trying to get over them and doing all that while following his dreams and dealing with a very toxic relationship. Okay, so so that's kind of like what it's about. My reaction to watching this film is, what a bold and out of the box take Benny Safdie did. This film, it really is as if you're looking through the lens of a documentarian filmmaker. It is almost as if it was this scripted, or they're just so kind of like real conversations, how people really talk and react, and you're just like, oh, what is this? Is this like behind the scenes? But that is really the approach of this film. A lot of a lot of handheld camera movements, which I really, really appreciated Safdie's vision. This is, if anything, a anti modern biopic, because the modern biopics are so formulaic. This is not. First of all, it just covers like I said, a couple of years, but the way it covers it, it in no way does it romanticize or demonize our heroes, our people in this story, because it's these are just real people who are doing something that's never been done before, while also dealing with an addiction. And let me tell you, the character, the man of Mark Kerr, is such a sweet, giant of a man. And you see that if you ever watch any of Mark Kerr's interviews, and Dwayne Johnson just becomes a different person in that performance. You're just you really, I really just forgot he was The Rock. He was Mark Kerr, and Mark Kerr is very soft spoken. He's very sweet. He's very smart. He's very funny. But then dealing with his addiction in this, he's very shameful and private. He doesn't want to talk about it. And this hits me also too. So you got the cinemaphile in me, you got the sober man in me, and then the martial arts man in me. And it was hitting all the notes for me. Now, while I realize it's not going to hit the same notes for the average moviegoer, I would say go and see this excellent film as if you're going to watch a documentary on this man, because it kind of mixes like the realities of like, wow, this is like really like true to life. It almost is like, is this real? To where you're like, there is some fine acting and some fine drama going on. Emily Blunt is an absolute sweet menace in this movie, and the toxic girlfriend that is fully fleshed out, full dimensional character, where you're just like, man, you could even say she ruined the guy's career. But there's a lot more to that, because it's not just her, right? It's that perfect storm of him trying to reach his dreams, being addicted, and being in the wrong relationship at the wrong time. So I also wanted to talk about Safdie's approach with music. There is a lot of jazz score in this. And again, kudos to him, because he goes against against the genre of like these biopics where it's like, you're waiting for that one great line where like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to be the best, or I'm going to, and everything's colorful and vibrant and romanticized and full of life. Man, there is none of that here. Not to say it can't be uplifting, it's just real. So the music isn't just like this uplifting type of like John Williams hyper Hollywood reality score. This is jazz. And I believe Safdie is a master at that, at creating that just anxiety tension of pulling it out and showing you, and how life is. And he does that softly, and yet kind of like with a crash with his jazz score, which I really, 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 really dug. It's again, it goes against convention, which is why it's such an excellent film with brilliant acting performances. Now, I am going to say, I do think that Dwayne and Emily Blunt will and should get some major kudos, major acting awards, nominations, because they really go against stuff you've never seen them as these characters. You've never seen them on film like this before. You've seen Emily in a lot of big films and being cute and being, or just being a tough person. Here, it's like she's not even acting. And again, the character is so flawed and caring, and yet annoying, and yet you want them to succeed. But man, you know it's all going to come crashing down. So again, I was really impressed with the different take on the modern biopic. But it is that reason why this movie failed at the box office, because the film company, I believe it's A24, treated it as a rocky, feel good sports drama, big, wide release. And that's not this movie. And that's not to say it's not a great movie, because it is a great movie. It's just needed to be treated with different type of I want to say gloves, if you will, right? That you can appeal to the MMA crowd because they're gonna get it. They're gonna hone on in, especially modern and past champions, people like Gina Carano, Ronda Rousey, GSP. You wanted to get them and get them, talking about the film, which never happened. But then at the same time, do a small release, a very limited release, a very special release. Make this a very special art house release, and that's it. And then you're off to the Academy season and all that stuff. But they just really overshot themselves, and it's really not that type of film. It is an excellent film, one of the better films of the year. It's just not a Disney biopic, feel good, let's go get them, rock type of film. But it is extraordinary. It's called The Smashing Machine. It's directed by Benny Safdie, again, starring The Rock Johnson, Emily Blunt. And again, kudos to Bas Rutten and Ryan Bader, real MMA fighters, legends in their at their own time. They did wonderful work being actors in this, playing Mark Coleman, and Bas Rutten basically playing himself. He's got so much charisma and charm that he was fantastic, and there wasn't too much of him, if that makes sense, because you're always taking a chance with people who've never acted, and you give them too much to do. Perfect co-starring role. Yeah, you can catch this now streaming and a rental and all that good stuff. It is one of it's one of the better films for me of this year, an original, unconventional take at the modern biopic movie. All right, let me know what you guys think. Have you seen this film? What did you think? All that good stuff. What did you think of the performances? What did you think of the music? What did you think of the direction and the camera work? All that good, wonderful stuff. Stay tuned for more movie reviews out of the theater, out of streaming that I'll be watching just for you guys here on the Latino Slant. Don't forget to subscribe and all that good jazz. And I'll see you the next time. Wherever you're at, keep that slant. Fuerte. Gracias. Paulie getting out of Chainsaw Man, the Reze arc movie. And I have never seen an episode of any of the Chainsaws, anything. And I know there's a whole thing behind it. So now, okay. Before I get to letting you know how I feel about the animation, I want to give you my reaction to the feeling of what I think this particular story at the end of the day is all about. Do you remember the movie Abren los ojos, open your eyes, Tom Cruise? There's a Spanish one as well. Do you remember when Tom Cruise had the choice, that decision to get into the car or not get in the car with Cameron Diaz? You got Penelope Cruz waiting for you, but you decided to get in the car, and that totally altered your whole destiny, your whole life, everything. That's what Denji, the Chainsaw Man, does here. And he's 16 years old, so I kind of get it, because it's about your first love. And I had no idea it was going to be this wild love story. But I kept thinking, man, if you had the girl already, why did you fall for the bait? But homie, was just so amazed that another girl was actually interested in him. He never even had. Anyways, it was fantastic. I loved that story. The action was fun. I thought that towards the end, the action got a little too, it could have wrapped it up a little quicker, but that's just for me. It was almost too much of a wild explosion of painted imagery for me, but it was still beautiful. Listen, this is gorgeous animation. This is like very artistic. It was almost as if it's a different film, a love story before any of the action. And I loved that. I was like, really, like it really hooked me in. And I think that's probably why that this movie caught on, because you don't necessarily have to know all the characters, any of the backstory. You could tell they all there was a whole through line, and they were coming from other storylines because these characters all knew each other, but it wasn't necessary for me. And I'm sure I would have loved it, and that would have been a whole different experience, but this story is onto itself, and yet there is a connective tissue. This was a blast. This is gorgeous, dreamy. It had this kind of milky filter, an environment the entire time, and then when it exploded into the fights, it got very vibrant and colorful. So I don't want to say like the animation changed, but maybe the filter. Anyways, I loved it. I love that, and I loved Denji. It makes me want to tunnel back and find out his deal. But he's this 16-year-old who kills demons, and his head becomes a chainsaw and his hands become chainsaws. It's good. They didn't show that. Man, I don't even know what the time was, because there was so much story before he actually makes his appearance as Chainsaw Man. Great cast of characters, great intrigue, great relationships in as far as loyalty with the other team members and having their back, and yet being so cynical at the same time, yet not all of them are, about life and death, about even if you're not really a human. Fantastic, man. Fantastic. I mean, yeah, it kept, as I'm watching this, and I'm just starting to get into anime, there's no other country that does animation better. It's just not even the same level right now. Whereas back in the day, the heyday used to be the USA, from, Hanna-Barbera to Disney. It's not the case right now, man. It's not the case. And other countries are coming up, but it's all about Japan right now. Did you guys see it? Let me know what you guys think. Chainsaw Man, Reze arc. Wow. First loves, man. They can be deadly.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Latino Slant. My name is Anthony A. Perez, and once again, a big thanks to Paulie for inviting me on once again to talk to you guys today about Wicked for Good, the long-awaited, anticipated film that's a follow-up to last year's Wicked Part 1, which of course is telling the second part of the Broadway musical play. And as somebody who grew up watching the play on the actual stage back in the day and having done a school production with my friends, I have a lot of nostalgia for Wicked, and I was very excited for this movie. But I was a little concerned that splitting up a story into two could possibly make one of them be a little bit stronger than the other, rather than it just being one whole story. And I do think Wicked for Good does kind of fall into that category a little bit for me. But still, I found the film to be incredibly well made once again. John M. Chu returns as director, and you again have a great cast of people like Cynthia Erivo and Jeff Goldblum and Ariana Grande and Michelle Yeoh and Jonathan Bailey, and they're all great in the film. The vocal performances across the film are great. The musical score, the sound design, the costume design, the set design, the locations used, all of that was fantastic. My only real gripe on a production side would probably be a couple of moments of CGI and some green screen that were a little bit weaker compared to some of the other stuff we had seen in the film. But outside of that, I think the film looks great. It sounds great. The performances are great. That chemistry between Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande is absolutely present. Whatever your thoughts on their off-screen personalities and the interviews and all that kind of stuff, I think you can definitely see that chemistry absolutely unfolding on screen here. I thought they were great. And all in all, I found the film to be really satisfying. I found that the finale of the film was just very heartwarming, and there's a great moments that work between these characters and just send you off in a very happy way. I do think that the film suffers a little bit at the beginning from being a little bit all over the place as it's trying to pick up where the last film left off and kind of setting the stage for the finale, where certain characters do feel like they get sidelined and they kind of just get moved to a certain place for a certain purpose in the story, but less so because they're actually a character in and of themselves. But despite that gripe, I found the film to be really fun to watch, engaging, very emotional at times, and very just, more than anything, a good fun time. Something you can kind of guzzle down some popcorn, have a smile, maybe even sing along. There's a couple new songs added in here. I'm sure that some of these stage play purists will be a little upset by some of the changes, but I think all in all, this film honors the legacy of the Wicked stage play. But one thing I'm curious to hear what people have to say about is the inclusion of the Wizard of Oz storyline and how that kind of coexists with the Wicked storyline. They do some interesting things there, but I do think they could have kind of attach that a little bit better and maybe kind of flesh that out a little bit better for anybody who isn't as familiar with the Wizard of Oz. But are you planning on checking out Wicked for good? Let us know down below, and we'll see you guys next time on the Latino Slant. Hey everybody, welcome back to the Latino Slant. My name is Anthony A. Perez, and as usual, thank you so much to Paulie for inviting me on to talk to you guys today about Zootopia 2, which is directed by Jared Bush and Byron Howard, and once again stars people like Jennifer Goodwin, Jason Bateman, Idris Elba. Shakira even returns to play the character of Gazelle and has a brand new song called Zoo, and has some new faces in the mix played by Ke Huy Quan and Fortune Femster. And all in all, I really enjoyed this film. I found it to be just visually stunning, similar to the first film. The animation is beautiful from beginning to end, and I think this film does a good job of expanding the world of Zootopia. One of my favorite parts about that first film was just the way that the world was explained, the different parts of Zootopia, and I love the fact that the film was able to take things like prejudice and racism issues and use the animals and these different sectors of animals to kind of tell that story while keeping things fun and light and having a mystery. And once again, you have a new mystery to unfold here. You have Nick Wilde and Judy Hopps having to work together once again in a brand new film. And while I do think the film sometimes kind of leans into, familiar tropes from the first film, as far as our two characters wondering if they can work together because of how different they are, I do think for the most part, this film is tons of fun to watch. It's well paced, it's action packed, it's silly, it's cute, filled with references and Easter eggs from the first film and returning characters from the first film, as well as tons of fun references and Easter eggs to other Disney properties, other Disney films, and to other films and franchises in general. If you guys saw the first film, you know that they even made references to things like Breaking Bad. And similarly, there are some references in this film to other films and franchises that I was actually quite surprised by. Most notably, one very popular horror film that gets a big reference in the latter part of this film that I did not expect. But with all that said, I genuinely think that Zootopia 2 is a really good time. I think a lot of big-time fans of Disney and the first Zootopia are going to have a lot of fun with this film, despite the fact that it does feel like they kind of do regurgitate certain story beats from the first film. But I do think it ultimately still executed well here, with great performances from all of the actors, beautiful animation, charming overall moments, and just endearing elements that are heartfelt and wholesome for the whole family. Great messaging to take away from this film, and fun new characters that I think plenty of people will be really excited for. And hopefully we don't have to wait too much longer for Zootopia 3. So that's going to be my quick thoughts on Zootopia 2. And I can't wait to hear what you guys have to say down below in the comments. And make sure you guys stick around here on the Latino Slant for more movie reviews, entertainment news, and all sorts of fun stuff.
All right, coming out of Avatar. This is the social media reaction. And let me tell you right now, I'm a huge Avatar fan. This is probably my least favorite of the three. It is a little long. However, I still think it's going to be a huge hit for families, for the Avatar purists. I say it's a little long, but they nailed the ending. Incredible ending. I think had they, the runtime for me, they could have cut it down. It would have been like just a masterful, like epic tale. It's still it's still incredibly epic, incredibly, obviously the visuals, but There was almost nothing new, even the introduction of the new villain. So I'll explain it later in a full review in a couple weeks. But again, I think that this movie's got the holiday calendar behind it, and it's also got all the family characters that you love. So they just go into some wild predicaments, especially with the whole spirituality of the film, which I love, man. You know, I'm a sucker. It's very family friendly, and I love the characters. But again, I could have used about a half hour less. That is my reaction. We will get into more details in a couple of weeks. And why don't you start hitting those comments and let me know if you guys have any questions, as I'm still processing it, man. And that'll be that. There you go, Fire and Ash. Okay, walking into the theater for Dhurandhar. I made it. I promised you I was going to see this in the theater, and here I am, committed. 3.5 hours coming at me. I'm going to give you my intermission report. What I wanted to do as I'm walking in this, and yeah, I am excited to see it. I'm looking forward to seeing it. But there's a lot of comments in the teaser reaction that I did in regards to the comments I made about Pakistan. Now, let me just tell you right now, whatever my leanings are, however I feel about certain social political things, I don't go into a movie biased. So you're going to get an honest, unbiased review from me. You're not going to get, I'm not going to be biased. I'm not going to spend 3.5 hours just to hate review anything. So that's silly. So I just wanted to let you guys know that I'm excited to see what cinematically is so great about Dhurandhar. So I'll see you guys in a little while, and let's do this, man. Peace. All right, everybody, intermission time, and here are my initial thoughts. This is an incredible mafia saga storytelling, multiple levels, multiple characters, incredible cinematography. It's got that Bollywood production level, but it's never over glossy. It's never too clean. So in that way, reminds me of other Indian productions in regards to uh, just the attention to the quality of filmmaking. I was impressed. I definitely was expecting something a lot more glitzy and glossy. Not that that's bad or anything. I'm just giving you that reaction. So I was just really impressed. I mean, of course, the actors are incredible. The characters that they inhabit are incredible. Our lead guy is just really good, man. And it's not too muscular, too showy. There is purpose and an intensity the that's to our main character that's also hidden because he's got an agenda. Now the bad guys are absolutely menacing. There are some very grotesque kind of like murders in this movie, so you got to be prepared for that. Very cinematic. I again, I hadn't seen anything this riveting in regards to kind of like multiple levels of mafia stories since the Gangs of Wasseypur. And Gangs of Wasseypur was like, total different type of budget, total different look and feel. So it reminded me of that in a sense of production, reality, grittiness, but but of course, it's a whole different industry. But again, very impressed, man. And it's also, this lead is, the little spoiler here, this lead is very much undercover, and he's not undercover in a town, in a city, in a gang. He's undercover in a different country. uh I don't I don't know how he's doing it. I mean, in the fact that this is a true story based on true events is intense, man. So wonderfully done. All right, that's the interval reaction. We'll get with you when we're done. Oh, and it's a packed house. It's an absolute packed house. So people's reactions are wonderful as well. Okay, stay tuned. Almost done. Okay, I made it out of Dhurandhar. 3.5 hour spy thriller, mafia drama, hyper violent film. And I absolutely loved it. I was riveted. Don't change a thing. You too much violence, the Indian nationalistic propaganda. That's garbage. It is a great film. And to make a great film, whether you bend the truth or not of the facts, that's not the point. Based on true events, it's a movie. Okay, that being said, there's a filmmaker. There's an American filmmaker named Michael Mann. He did Heat. He did Miami Vice. He's done so many incredible films. Big time influence here. Big time influence here. From uh, master shots to chase scenes to shootout scenes, and on how to capture action and movement. Straight up, this director was incredible. Was incredible. So I was reminded of Michael Mann's work. I was reminded of like some of like the ultimate just scary situations as being someone like so deep undercover, like a Donnie Brasco and other spy and mafia films. That's where this is at, man. And I was really impressed. I cannot wait for part 2 to come out in March 2026. Um, so there's that. I actually found myself riveted by all the so-called uh, Pakistani mafia characters. Great actors, man. So they gave a lot of depth and a lot of personality to each of these villains characters. Yeah, and what was disturbing is that the filmmaker chose to mix um, actual footage, actual audio from some of the terrorist attacks. He did that a lot. He mixed imagery and footage, real imagery and footage, with the movie. That was pretty disturbing. And he's proven a point. He's saying like, listen, this happened and this was real and this was horrific. And so it really made for some riveting, dramatic conflict. And of course, this character, this actor was amazing, the lead actor, and I cannot wait to see him in the second one. I was really impressed, man. I think this is probably of this year the top Indian film I've seen. New Indian film I've seen this year. Uh, Great stuff. Let me know what you guys think. Did you guys see it? What did you love about it? What didn't you like about it? If that's the case, I want to know. And what other movies you want me to see? We have an Indian cinema playlist. You can check out all the reviews, man. I've reviewed like dozens and dozens of these movies. I've reviewed movies from all over the world: Japan, Latin America, etc., etc. On the Latino slant. Dhurandhar, incredible film. If you can go see it now in the theater, it is great to watch on the big screen. And we'll be back with Dhurandhar Revenge 2026. Peace out, guys. Bye.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Latino Slant. My name is Anthony A. Perez, and a big thanks to Paulie for inviting me on today to talk to you guys about a film called We Bury the Dead. The film is going to be getting a wider release in the US starting on January 2nd of 2026, but if you look online, you'll see 2024, 2025 as some of the release dates for this film, only because of festival screenings. But I was excited to check this one out. It stars Daisy Ridley and Brenton Thwaites, and the synopsis reads that after a disastrous US military experiment devastates Tasmania, triggering a mass casualty event, Ava Newman, played by Daisy Ridley, refuses to believe her husband is gone, and she volunteers for a government-run body retrieval unit hoping to recover his body, only to discover that some of the dead are coming back to life. As bodies begin reanimating and the undead become more threatening, Ava must navigate fear, grief, and a horrifying new reality in a desperate search for closure. And I walked away from the film a little bit mixed, if I'm completely honest. On one hand, I appreciate that this film is doing something entirely different when it comes down to zombies. There's no infection, there's no virus. Instead, this military explosion ended up shutting off the brains of everybody that was anywhere in the vicinity, or of course, scorching anybody who was in direct impact. And some of them just start to reanimate. There's no real explanation around it, which I appreciated both the ambiguity about it, but I do wish they had explored that a little more. But I appreciate that they moved away from the traditional infection or virus-based storytelling. And at the center of it, I really like the fact that you have Daisy Ridley as this widow in search of her husband, hoping to find closure, even though she's pretty sure that she knows that he is dead. And in a lot of ways, this film is tackling things like fear, grief, loss, the idea of moving on from loss, and the effects it can have on your mind if you don't. It's also got themes of motherhood in here as well. And while I appreciated all of that, there are times where the story is a little bit muddled for me. But if I had to lean into my big positives, I do think the cast is great. I really like Daisy Ridley in the film. I think Brenton Thwaites was a great co-star, though with both of them, I would say I hope that they had expanded upon them a little bit more, but they didn't. It's one of those situations where the very end of the film tries to give you a bunch of exposition and context to expand on the characters. But if I'm honest, it did feel a little bit too little too late. But I do think that the performances are solid. As far as the rest of the positives as well, you also have really good cinematography and lighting and makeup effects around the zombies, though some of the digital effects in the film did at times clash with the practical effects in the film, specifically landscape shots that we see in the film, where the digital effects look a little bit goofy. But narratively, it feels a little disjointed. There's a portion at the beginning that feels really focused and it feels really engaging. And then the middle finds itself in a bit of a weird section of pacing. It doesn't always, I think, know what it's trying to focus on. And it leads us to an end that's, I think, really unsatisfying. I can appreciate what the film is trying to say, but it's really all not that compelling. And the very end of the film, while touching back into the themes of motherhood, reminded me a lot of a scene from 28 years later. But the question is, are you planning on checking this one out? Let us know.